What's up, co-consults? So I came up here early today. Possibly cannot come up here later tonight. I'm working from home today. Let's see. Let's see if we can keep up with this. One moment. No, install. Stop. All right. So we have Donna Adelson. I've been MIA. I've been off. Okay. Court's in session. Do that. I see Wendy was up yesterday. I considered going live yesterday, but I had too much cleaning to do. I had a lot to do. It's almost time for back to school, so I have to get my daughter situated, and I just had to do that as opposed to being live. I had to take care of my responsibilities, okay? All right, so for Donna Adelson, though, folks, what I've been reading on Reddit suggests that people think that Wendy um, played some part in the demise of her husband. We do not know that, so we're not gonna go with that narrative. Maybe as the testimony goes on, I might change my mind. I know that a hitman testified, I believe it was on Friday, and that individual suggested that Wendy may have been implicit. As far as the history of this case, according to the Tallahassee Democrat, they say that more than a decade ago, um, Wendy's husband, a Florida State University law professor in Tallahassee, was shot in the head in his garage at a time when him and his ex-wife, that's Wendy, were fighting in court over her attempts to take their children to live in South Florida with the rest of her family. And then, after years of investigations, a confession, wiretaps, recorded conversations, 4 trials, and a feature on Dateline in 2020, a true crime podcast, 4 people have been convicted and sentenced to prison for the crime. The 2 Miami men hired to do it, Wendy's brother Charlie Adelson, who hired them, and his former girlfriend, Catherine. I don't know, this is just too many people, too many people. Okay, so Catherine, who set up the deal. Now, Donna Adelson, Wendy's mother, 74 years old, the matriarch of the prominent South Florida family, who was arrested while attempting to board a one-way flight to Vietnam a week after his son Charlie was convicted, is on trial facing accusations that she masterminded the whole thing. Okay, they have a little chart out here, which makes how she describes herself in appearance as a contestant on the game show. So she appeared on Wheel of Fortune. I did not know that. Oh, that was in the 80s, though. So in the 80s, somewhat ironic. Apparently, when the host asked her to introduce herself, she said she was a domestic coordinator. I don't know that that means anything to me. They have a chart for all these people. Font is too small. Cannot see this. Okay, so in the late 80s, Donna Adelson was a contestant on Wheel of Fortune. During the introduction for Donna Adelson from Coral Spring, Florida, which can be found apparently it's on the archive somewhere here on YouTube, okay? She said, well, I'm a domestic coordinator. She described it as being responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of her son, Robert, 16 at the time, Charlie, 12 at the time, Wendy, 10 at the time, and her husband. Harvey's in the audience, and my dog, Sam. Blah, blah, blah. How old is the dog? Okay, so Adelson was not the big winner, but she did walk away with 2,900 after successfully guessing the phrase mischief maker. Okay, Donna Adelson, married, blah, blah. We don't care about that. So 1 week after Charlie Adelson was found guilty, Donna and Javi were stopped. Oh, so the husband was also boarding. They were stopped at a Miami International Airport before they could board a one-way flight to Vietnam. and non-extradition country. Adelson was arrested, indicted on charges of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation in the 2014 killing. The same charges her son Charlie was found guilty of by a jury in just 3 hours. Prosecutors cited jailhouse call she made to Charlie after his sentencing, saying she was putting her financial affair in order and planning to leave. Girl, either through self-harm or by getting out of the country. What is the evidence against Donna? Much of the likely evidence has appeared in the previous trial. The Tallahassee Police Department suggested that Donna Adelson was a prime. I'm about to get distracted. I was about to start talking about. I was about to start talking about Tallahassee. Let's move on. Okay, so suggested that Donna Adelson was a prime suspect in the murder back in 2016 when TPD initially presented probable cause affidavits to the state attorney's office. At the time, state attorney Willie Meggs dismissed them as speculation. Okay, so how did they gain more foundation? Investigation over the next 9 years revealed. Prosecutors said Donna and Harvey Adelson repeatedly tried to convince Wendy to coerce Markel into allowing her to move their sons to Florida, with Donna suggesting they offer the decedent $1 million to change his mind. Donna suggested that Wendy threatened to enroll the children. What? Oh, so this is just, I don't even know how to describe this. So Donna suggested that the daughter threatened to enroll the children in a Catholic school when they're Jewish, according to Donna Adelson's arrest affidavit. The decedent also filed a motion to prevent Donna from having unsupervised time with the children after hearing about disparaging remarks she was making about him to the children. According to the arrest, divorces can be quite messy. According to the arrest affidavit, cellular records showed numerous contacts between Charlie's girlfriend. What was her name again? I forgot. What was her name? I don't remember. Charlie Adelson and Garcia before and after the killing. The contact between Garcia and a phone registered to Harvey Adelson. I don't know. Charlie also frequently contacted Donna before and after the decedent's death. Wendy Adelson told investigators the day of the murder that her brother had joked it would be cheaper to buy her a TV as a divorce gift than hire a hitman. From roughly 460 miles away, Donna arranged a television repair appointment for Wendy the morning of the homicide. At Charlie's trial, his girlfriend testified that she went to his home the night of the killing. He told her his parents had just left, leaving behind money that his mom had washed. I don't know what that means. The affidavit said. She said the money was damp and moldy. Okay. So after the murder, the girlfriend received more than $17,000 in paychecks from the Adelson practice, handwritten and signed by Donna from September 2014 to at least April 2016. Prosecutors said on top of a portion of the money for the killing and over $56,000 in cash, she was still. I'm surprised at. No, don't put. No. Don't verbalize that. Yeah. Let's move on. Let's move on. No, I'm gonna say it. I'm surprised at how some people don't actually require a lot of convincing to commit a heinous crime. What I mean by this is, even if we go with the Young Dolph trial, folks were hitting people for what I consider to be little sums of money. But let us move on. In 2016, an undercover agent contacted Donna Adelson with a letter about the murder and demanded $5,000. That's what I'm saying, $5,000. Come on now. She contacted Charlie to discuss the threat. In a later call, when Charlie asked what the letter was for, she said, This TV is probably about five, meaning 5,000, according to the affidavit. After he visited both his parents for a huddled conversation, Charlie took his girlfriend to the Dolce Vita restaurant to complain about the would be blackmailer, what he knew, and what Charlie would do about it. That conversation was recorded and became key evidence in Charlie's trial. One of the things he told the girlfriend was, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. After the meeting, Charlie told Donna to report that he was handling everything. After another letter and text was sent to Donna Adelson by investigators, there were multiple calls and meetings between Charlie and his parents. Donna called the undercover agent and denied all. Girl, what are you doing? Another Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, somebody by the name of June, told the FBI that after Rivera and Garcia were charged with murder, Charlie and Donna Adelson both seemed more stressed, and Donna told her that she felt Dan, or the decedent, was haunting her from the grave. That's crazy. So after Charlie's guilty verdict, Donna and told him he was in order, creating trust, and making sure her grandchildren are taken care of. She also discussed plans for suicide and plans to flee to a non-extradition country. I still don't understand why people continue to have calls on these recorded jail lines. They literally have a sign. They have a sign out there in the jail, or at least in the county or prison or wherever, letting you know that the calls are recorded. On November 7, 2023, Donna and Harvey Adelson booked one-way flights to Vietnam with a stop in Dubai less than 48 hours before a grand jury was scheduled to meet that might have taken up her case. The U.S. does not have an extradition treaty with Vietnam. Okay, gavel to gavel coverage.
One other matter has been brought to my
I'm gonna need to turn this up. Hold on.
If you are in any
There we go.
common areas with the jurors on this case.
All right, let me get back to work.
Matters that are
I'll have this.
pertaining to the case
My volume's kind of
around
low
jurors,
though.
as they are not to discuss the case with each other or anyone else. They cannot be affected by any conversations that are happening by the observers. If you see the jurors, please do not engage them, do not talk to them, do not discuss matters that pertain to the case around them. Does anyone have any questions concerning those?
No, sir.
Please raise your hands. Very well. With there being no questions, do the parties have any matters that you need to raise for this morning? Please approach.
48. I'm still gonna cover Wendy's testimony. I did not get to watch that yesterday because I said I am getting ready with back to school preparation, so I have to sort that out first. Let's do this. Complete copy. Okay, get started, folks. You guys are like, what, 19 minutes behind schedule? What's up, Fever? Fever, I have a video for you. Hopefully, I get to upload it this weekend, but you're going to love it. You're going to love it. All right, so this case, Fever, it is about Donna Adelson. She is on trial. She's considered to be the mastermind behind the demise of her son-in-law, prominent family out of Florida. 4 convictions so far. Her son has also been convicted for a murder for hire plot. Rich, it's kind of like rich people problems, okay? Her daughter, Wendy, I guess had custodial issues with her husband at the time. The family wanted the family wanted the daughter Wendy and her children to move to South Florida, and that is said to be the motive. Get rid of the husband so they could do whatever it is they wanted to do with their kids. And then Donna, apparently she was on a one-way to Vietnam where she could not be extradited. It's kind of silly though, because she had conversations on recorded lines with her son while he was in police custody before and after his conviction. So their conversations were recorded. And I don't know why she did that. I don't know why a lot of people do that, but she did. What's up, Fever, though? Hope things are going well with you. Hopefully work is going well. I'm just out here. I'm working from home today, so I'm trying to get some stuff done. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. I went to Barclays Center, was it on Thursday? I watched the Sky versus Liberty. It was great, but I felt like a lone supporter though, because everybody in the stadium was supporting the New York Liberty, and I felt like the only person supporting the Sky. Even said everything's good. Yeah, everything's good. Just getting ready for back to school. That's it. That is it. Okay, they need to get started. So this is Donna up here. I don't know if you can tell or not. This is Donna up here. So she's apparently, allegedly, the mastermind in the demise of her
Yes.
son-in-law.
All right. You can let me know once they're finished with the bathroom. We'll bring them out and we'll get started.
I don't know. Somebody's in the bathroom apparently. Resource. I don't know. I think I'll be coming up here earlier, not within the next 3 months though, because I have a lot. I have a lot going on. I have to work, but I think as of 2026, I'll probably be coming up here early and not at night.
Yep.
To reply to this.
I believe the jurors might be ready, but if you need to use the restroom, please go do it now if you need to. Yeah.
Okay, there are technical difficulties out there. I'm sitting on one of these. I'm not out here farting. I'm sitting on one of these Amazon chairs. I think I bought this from Amazon a few years ago. It's okay. It has cushion to it. It's not that uncomfortable, but it's pure plastic. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let us see. 27. Right. Those are the allegations, Fever. Not stepson, son-in-law. Because the decedent was married to her. The decedent was married to her daughter, Wendy. Wendy testified yesterday. I did not get to watch that testimony, but if time allows, I'll be back up here tonight to watch that testimony live. Yeah, so she's accused of orchestrating the murder of her son-in-law. The allegations are that she went as far as trying to offer her son-in-law $1 million in order for her family or her daughter to have her way. Afiva said, hopefully the chair is comfortable. It's all plastic, real cheap. Okay, yep, son-in-law. So far, there's a Garcia, a Rivera, the folks that were hired that actually, I don't even want to say allegedly anymore before because they were convicted. So the folks that pulled the trigger, they're being convicted. One of them testified on Friday. I did not watch that on Friday. I don't remember what I was doing on Friday. But last week I was off, so I was parenting. I was parenting. Okay, that's it. Her son has also been convicted. I guess he also orchestrated the murder for hire, and then the son's girlfriend, she has also been convicted. And the son's girlfriend apparently was paid two sums of money, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was $56,000 and $17,000. To me, it seems like chump change, but I don't know. To take somebody's life, that's not real money. Okay, I know that there's an amount that could be worth it, but that's just come on now. What are you gonna do with $56,000? Not much. All right, come on, get started, folks. I'm also getting distracted. Hold on. Go back. Okay.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to resume with the state's case once again this morning. Everyone does have their notepads and pens in their seats. All right. And for the record, the jurors have responded in the affirmative. Ms. Kappelman, you may call your next witness.
State calls Jeff Lacasse.
What do they call?
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. You may inquire when you're ready, sir.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Jeffrey Lacasse. Pardon me. JEFFREYLACASSE.
How are you employed?
I'm an associate professor at Florida State University
Okay, so this is somebody that would have worked with a decedent.
since 2013, so 11 years now, 12 years now.
Have you always lived here in Tallahassee?
I was here from 2000 to 2008 pursuing my doctorate, and I went to Arizona State for 5 years, and I came back in the fall of 2013 when all this happened.
And back in that time frame, did you have a relationship with Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When did that relationship begin?
We started dating in late September
she
of
dated?
2013.
What was the nature of the relationship?
At first, it was very casual. We weren't exclusive. After Halloween, things started to accelerate. That's the fall of 2013. And then by late February, early March, we were an exclusive couple.
When did the relationship end?
It's a little tricky, but I would mark it around July 14th, 2014.
Around the time of the homicide or shortly before?
Right before, yes.
Okay.
During the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson, did you become aware of her divorce
I did.
and the litigation surrounding the divorce and subsequent to the divorce? Were you familiar with that as well?
Yes, it was a constant topic of conversation.
Were you aware that it was an unusually difficult or nasty divorce?
I was.
And during the time that you were dating her, were you aware that litigation was still pending?
Oh, so
during
she's not
that
divorced?
timeframe?
Yes.
Was there a specific item of litigation that was a common topic
The children?
at the time you were dating Mrs. Adelson?
Well, as far as what she discussed, there were multiple. The relocation motion had just been denied a couple months before we started dating, so that was still very much on Wendy's mind. That came up a lot. Then there were the custody issues with the kids, of course.
Okay. Did you know Dan Markell?
I met him briefly a couple of times.
Was that in the context of you being the new boyfriend and exchange of the kids? Kind
Exactly. Picking up the kids, swimming lessons one time. Never spoke to him for more than 2 or 3 minutes.
The interaction that you did have with him, were those cordial?
It was polite and cordial.
Did you have any issues with him other than things that Wendy was telling you?
I sort of adopted the Adelson family narrative. I kind of believed what Wendy was telling me. And Wendy and I also had mutual friends from when I was here before, and they had sort of adopted that narrative as well. So I didn't have a personal beef with Dan Markell, but I did believe sort of the Adelson family story about Dan Markell.
Which is that he was making it very difficult for Wendy. He was a difficult person.
I mean,
Yes.
why would he not believe that if he's in a relationship with Wendy?
If you know, did Wendy Adelson want to relocate to South Florida?
Yes, she did, very badly.
And why did she want to relocate to South Florida?
She preferred to be down there with her family. She also hated Tallahassee. That's in my original, police statements. It was almost a daily topic of conversation how much she disliked Tallahassee. So it was both. She really disliked Tallahassee. She preferred to be in Miami. On our second date, she broke into tears talking about relocation and abruptly ended the date. I mean, it was still very visceral, very important to her.
All right, and that was shortly after the relocation had been denied, is that right?
Yeah, that would have been last week of September, so a couple months after it was fresh then. Yeah.
Okay, and were you specifically familiar during that time with the litigation seeking to limit Donna Adelson's exposure to the kids or to have her be supervised in presence of the kids because Dan was alleging that she had made disparaging remarks about him to the children?
Yes, I was aware of that.
How did you become aware of that?
Oh, multiple ways. Wendy talking about it. And it's hard to remember which exact emails and motions I was forwarded. But definitely Wendy's talking about it for sure. And perhaps I was sent court materials.
Okay, were you also shown things in her
Yes.
presence?
Is he a lawyer or just a
And
professor? Like, is he
did
practicing?
Did Wendy take that particular filing seriously? Was she
I'm gonna
upset
look
about
him up
that or
one
worried
moment.
about that?
Yes, Every time there was a motion, they took it very seriously, and I'd reported to the police that it was disruptive on the relationship because every time something was filed, dates would get canceled, Wendy would be in a mood, Wendy would be upset. So
When you say they took it seriously, who are you referencing?
the entire family, but Wendy was the person was having contact with. But it was known to me that the whole family was upset.
Okay. And how do you deduce that it's a they and not just a Wendy? Is she in communication with the family? Is she relaying that to you? How do you know that?
For multiple,
Overruled, you may testify as
It's
to
not
his personal
speculation.
knowledge. You're not to repeat, however, what anyone said out of court. Mr. Cove.
sure. So conversations with Wendy, which were consistent, and also observing the family dynamic, which was, I described to police as a family without boundaries, that sort of not having just a shared family life than your own.
Stand as to opinion.
All right. So in your observations, let's keep it specific to Donna, if you don't
Yes.
mind. Was Donna Adelson very involved in her daughter's life?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she very involved in her daughter's divorce litigation?
Yes.
And I say divorce, I know the divorce was already final. I'm referencing the subsequent litigation as well.
Yes.
During the time that you were in a relationship with Wendy, did you have the occasion to meet her family?
I did.
When was that?
I met Donna, I met her multiple times, but Wendy had me come over to her house and had me have dinner with Donna in mid-November. So sat down and had dinner with Donna. There's about 6 or 7 other occasions that we met and or interacted. Me picking up Wendy to go on a date, and the parents would be in the living room. We went to a Hanukkah party together. We went to the circus together. Wendy's parents would use Wendy's van to transport the kids. So I would come pick Wendy up from the house to bring her to work because the parents needed the car. I met Charlie in March when I stayed with him. So that's some of the interactions.
All right. And when you met Donna here in Tallahassee, was Harvey always there as well, or would sometimes?
I don't believe
Donna
Harvey was
alone?
there. I don't believe Harvey was there that time, but he was there other times.
So did it appear to you that Donna was frequently in Tallahassee?
Donna was definitely frequently in Tallahassee between September and early May. After that, I'm not aware of her being in Tallahassee. Well, I think she was in Tallahassee quickly once or twice after that, but in terms of extended trips, there's an awful lot of moms here for a while going on between September and late April, early May.
And when Donna was here in town staying with Wendy, what was the purpose of the visits, if you know?
I think multiple purposes. The children was what almost everything revolved around. So spending time with the kids would be the main purpose that I was aware of.
All right. And you said you met Charlie. Where did you meet him?
Wendy and I went to, sorry. Wendy and I went to Alternative Spring Break in Immokalee, Florida for Spring Break 2014. After we were done with that field trip of sorts, we went to stay with Charlie at his house for one night. So I spent one evening with Charlie Adelson.
All right. And did you interact at all with Donna and or Harvey on that trip?
No, they didn't attend. We didn't go there.
Did you ever spend time with Donna Adelson in South Florida?
No,
All right. So the only times you met her were here in Tallahassee.
that's correct.
What were your interactions with Donna Adelson like?
Just a few that I recall. Sometimes they were really quick because I was just picking Wendy up. When we had dinner, we talked for maybe 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but it was pretty quick and just getting to know the girl who I'm interested in, her mom. So it's just that kind of thing. She excused herself from the table after like maybe 10, 12 minutes, something like that. And
Was
so
that a conversation where it was just the two of you seated at the table?
it was Wendy, myself, and Donna.
Okay.
Just a getting to know you type thing. Just
Okay.
ended fairly quickly.
What about Catherine Magbanua? Did you ever have an occasion to meet her?
I did. She was at the dinner at Yardbird with myself, Wendy Adelson, Wendy Adelson, Katie, and Charlie were at. Yeah,
All right, and that was the night that you spent in South Florida where you met Charlie.
correct.
Was that the only time you ever met Charlie?
Only time I ever met Charlie.
Okay. And do you know the date of that visit?
I believe that's March 11th, 2014.
And how was Catherine Magbanua related to the Adelson family?
She was Charlie's new girlfriend at that dinner, is how I.
What's her name?
Was it your impression or knowledge that this was the first meeting between
wanna
Wendy
go all the
Adelson and
way
Catherine Magbanua?
That was my impression. There was a lot of getting to know you talk type stuff.
All right. At the dinner table, did the subject of Dan Markel come up?
Yeah, I don't remember a lot of specifics, but I think it came up kind of briefly. There was a lot of talk about Wendy's book. I remember that part.
And at the dinner table, did Catherine Magbanua's ex come up at all?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, that stood out because Katie mentioned that she had her children's father was always getting in trouble with the police and had a violent criminal record. I'm paraphrasing, but it was it sounded like not parking tickets. It sounded pretty bad, and it stuck in my memory for that reason.
What happened after dinner?
We went back to Charlie's house on Well Harbor.
All right. And did Catherine Magbanua go back to Charlie's house as well?
No.
All right. So at that time, it would be just the three of you, Wendy, and Charlie.
And Charlie's then roommate, Dr. Jerome Obid.
Okay. And can you describe the residence there?
Yeah, I thought it was a nice house. Had a hot tub, had a pool.
Okay. Did you get in the hot tub that night?
We did get in the hot tub for a while.
Who all was in the hot tub?
Myself,
that
Charlie, Wendy, and Dr. Obed at some points. And people were in and out, but those were the four that were in the hot tub.
And during that time, did Charlie Adelson make some comments against Dan Markel?
Yes, he didn't like Danny. That might be understating it.
Is that the most you can remember? Was the gist was that he didn't like him?
I'm not downloading that exact quote at this moment. I remember he was fired up. It wasn't just like, I don't like Danny. It was maybe a overprotective brother anger sort of vibe to it.
Okay. And did he make some other comment about wrong side of the tracks or something?
Yeah. He's kind of.
All right. While they are at sidebar, let's quickly look at a summary of Wendy Adelson's testimony. This is the decedent's ex-wife, Donna's daughter, or the defendant's daughter. So she took the stand against her mother. That was yesterday. Okay. Where's the rest of this? I don't want to pay. This is behind a paywall. I'm not going to pay for this. Hold on. Let's find a free article. Let's see, Wendy. Dang, does she have a Wikipedia page? They gave her a Wikipedia page and everything. I don't know. I've not seen a lot of uproar about Wendy testifying against her own mother. Whereas when Queso's father took the stand against his own son, oh my goodness, people were losing their minds. People were losing their minds. Let's see. Okay, let me read this quickly. Dysfunctional family reunion, kids against mom in Donna Adelson trial analysis. This is from the Tallahassee Democrat. It's from yesterday. It goes, it was another day of Shakespearean tragedy in courtroom 3G in the state of Florida v. Donna Adelson. The dysfunctional family reunion was the result of 2 subpoenas issued by the prosecution. Both Wendy and Rob Adelson became the main attractions in the state prosecution of their mother, Donna Adelson, for first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder in the Tallahassee assassination of FSU law professor Dan Markel. In 1972, Paul Simon wrote Mother and Child Reunion. Part of the lyrics include, "A mother and a child reunion are only a motion away." Or in the case of Donna Adelson, only 2 subpoenas away. Coincidentally, their father, Harvey, was present to see this unusual event take place while he was there supporting his wife, Donna. The facts and witnesses in this case have many twists and turns that are consistent with a well-written tragedy. I don't know that this tops Casodas. What's his name? Nick, I think that's his name. Nick Casodas. That case continues to haunt me to this day. Continues to haunt me. Unfortunately, this is not fiction, and the case is the result of a brutal and heinous murder. And these 2 children of the defendant Adelson may be the most significant and damning witnesses for the state of Florida. Here's why. Wendy Adelson, trapped by mails and legal filings to give damaging testimony against her mom. The courtroom went eerily silent as Wendy Adelson approached the witness stand. What's that noise? A full gallery watched in awe as Wendy avoided making any eye contact with her mother. Donna was intently staring at her daughter and was teary-eyed and on the verge of hysterics as Wendy sat on the witness stand. Prior to Wendy's appearance, her lawyer confirmed that Wendy was only testifying because of a state subpoena and wanted all the promised protections attached to her testimony. Ooh, what are those? During the questioning from the prosecution, Wendy appeared nervous and uncomfortable, especially when she had to identify her mother in the courtroom. The courtroom was completely silent, and an awkward glance was
Objection
shared
is
by mother
overruled. You may
and
continue
daughter.
with your line of inquiry, Ms. Kappelman.
Sir, do you remember the statement that I was referencing?
Yes, I do. There was a couple of statements in the hot tub.
Okay.
One was about the fact that Charlie knew people on both sides of the tracks. They hung out with professionals, dentists, doctors, etc. But he also knew, was familiar and had social contacts that were in the criminal element. And he's kind of bragging, and he kind of specifically mentioned Cuban neighborhoods as a place where you would find that criminal element.
I want to ask you about an incident involving, I think the context is assessing Wendy's oldest child for gifted placement. Do you
Yes.
know where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, can you tell the jury, please?
Wendy was looking to get her older son tested to see if he was gifted to get him placed in school. This is spring 2014. And I was trying to put her in touch with some people that could do that. And we were talking about that, and she asked me when children develop autobiographical memory.
Is your training or profession such that you have some knowledge that you could offer on that topic?
Your Honor, he's not disclosed as an expert.
And you'll need to establish a foundation as to why this testimony could be given by this individual, Ms. Kappelman.
I'm not offering it for its truth, Judge. It goes to Ms. Adelson's state of mind and motive.
Very well. As to that purpose, I will admit it. However, as to that limited issue only, can this be considered by the jury?
So, I mean, you're not an expert on children's autobiographical memories, are you?
Not really. That's in some of the textbooks I teach out of, but I think I can keep it out of those scientific realm and explain it commonsensically, which is how I responded to Wendy. Children at age 2 have amnesia, which most parents probably realize. Between 3 and 4, kids start to develop the ability to retain memories.
As to a specific thing that goes to the state of mind of the individual you are testifying about, Mr. Lacoste, you may speak as to your knowledge of any literature or research on this matter. I do not need you to testify on that matter.
What is your profession? What is your background?
I'm a professor of social work. I teach mental health courses.
Mental health.
So Wendy asks you what?
She asked me when kids develop memory. At what age will kids
13
start to
years old.
remember what happened to them when they were a kid?
And what was your answer?
I think I said 5 or 6.
Again, this is expert testimony.
Oh, Mr. Zalman, sit down. You may testify concerning not the truth of the matter asserted, but how this affected the state of mind.
It was not disclosed to the defense.
Please approach.
All right. So while they're going to sidebar, let's get back to that article. So during the questioning, this is a recap of Wendy's testimony. I did not get to watch that. Hold on, I made a mistake. Hold on. Let me correct this. Shoot. That's not right. All right. So during the questioning from the prosecution, Wendy appeared nervous and uncomfortable, especially when she had to identify her mother in a courtroom. The courtroom was completely silent, and an awkward glance was shared by mother and daughter. It was clear from her answers that Wendy did not want to be there to assist the state in prosecuting her mom. Her answers were equivocal, and her memory was often forgetful. Okay, I guess that's not surprising. However, prosecutor Georgia Kappelman was quick to point to a tab in the book, which refreshed her memory, and she changed her answers accordingly. Much of the testimony involved her marriage and bitter divorce to the man she called Danny. The divorce and an email to the mom provided the jury a clear picture of the hatred Donna had for Markel prior to his murder. Wendy found herself trapped by their emails and legal filings when having to give damaging testimony against her mom. Ultimately, Wendy cooperated without much resistance in providing a motive for Donna to kill Markel in July of 2014. Contrary to the defense opening statement that stated Donna was loving, kind, and a selfless person, the emails between Donna and Wendy prove the complete opposite tenor. Okay.
Mr. Lacoste, if you can step down, please. Step outside the courtroom
What's going on?
doors. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else.
We're about to do it out. All right, let's get into this. So it was clear from Wendy's testimony that Donna was controlling and meddling in the legal action. Wendy denied any knowledge of a murder or being aware of the plot to kill her ex-husband. She admitted that her brother joked about hiring a hitman to kill Professor Markel. She also admitted driving near the crime scene moments after the murder to get to a liquor store to buy bourbon. Okay. Finally, Wendy stated her mother called her before she testified in her brother Charlie's trial and told her to be supportive. Donna was disappointed in a testimony against her brother, who was convicted of first-degree murder. Okay, sometimes meandering cross-examination, a dash of intimacy, and Donna's creed. The cross-examination tried to weave in their opening statements that her mom was kind, loving, and selfless in helping others, including her family. Much of the cross was geared towards distancing Donna from Katie. So Katie would be Charlie's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, the alleged organizer or the alleged connect to the hitman, and her son Charlie. Wendy's defense attorney, Jackie Falford. Uh-oh, something happened. Do they want me to pay? No, I'm not going to pay for this. Hold on. I am not paying for this article. Okay, so Wendy's defense attorney continued to refer to Markel as Denny during the cross-examination. This is highly unusual to refer to someone by their first name in a courtroom. I don't know that it's that unusual, but okay. Many courts require the surname to be used during the trial. I don't know that to be true. Moreover, Wendy's attorney admitted that she did not personally know Markel. Such use of his first name underscores, Alexa, stop, his tremendous professional achievements and standing in the community. I don't agree with that, but okay. The defense attempted to downplay the legal filings and attempted to distance Donna from having much knowledge or participation therein. The questioning meandered at times, and the topics frequently went opposite direction without a clear reason. As I'm reading this, I think I'm going to have to watch Wendy's direct and cross-examination, but as I'm reading this article by the Tallahassee Democrat, I think just as far as defense strategy, it would have made sense to throw Wendy under the bus. Maybe the mom doesn't want that. We don't care. That's what we do in order to get a decent defense on the table. All right, so at times, because in this case it's really Wendy or Donna, there's no in between. Where were we? So at times the cross implicated Donna, Wendy, and Harvey. Dang, why are you implicating your own? Let's move on. It equally shifted the blame to anyone and everyone except Donna, so I guess that's what they were doing. The jury will determine what points, if any, the defense made with your questioning. On redirect, Kappelman quickly pointed to evidence in State's Exhibit 60, which undercut most of the defense claims on cross-examination. So Wendy acquiesced under tight questioning that her mother knew the relocation denial could not be appealed and it was final. She acknowledged changing her kids' names and her mother helping her move into an apartment when she separated from Markel. Again, showing her mother's hyper involvement in her life leading up to the murder of Professor Markel. Finally, Kappelman got Wendy to admit that her mother lived by the motto, the end justifies the means, okay? So the estranged son, Robert Adelson, avoids eye contact but delivers a direct hit. So Dr. Robert Adelson was the next witness to enter the courtroom. However, he entered through a side door of the courtroom. It was clear that he is estranged from his mother and family. Rob has never been a witness, and there were many pretrial motions attempting to prohibit his testimony. The media and podcasters were eager to hear his testimony regarding his mother. His posture and demeanor reflected a man uncomfortable in the courtroom. He nervously avoided eye contact with his mother while on the stand. Prosecutor Sarah Dugan carefully had him describe the family dynamics and his mother's role in the household. He testified Donna's controlling and rigid with fixed ideas regarding her children and their lives. He described Charlie as being the most dependent on his mother. Rob stated Donna would question everything and never just do what someone requested. He said Donna approved of Professor Markel when they were married. However, his mother hated him after their separation. He described his sister Wendy as acting like a damsel in distress during the divorce. He acknowledged that his mother helped her sister and the kids relocate in the middle of the night while Markel was out of town on a speaking engagement. Yeah, she was definitely um, overly involved maybe in this divorce, but then as a parent, maybe that's what you do. I don't know. So, more troubling, his mother was gleeful when Wendy called Markel just before he went on stage to tell him she moved out with the kids. This testimony decimated the defense claim made in their opening statements. Donna secretly used her maiden name when renting Wendy an apartment to keep secret actions against Dan Markel. Most troubling was his testimony regarding his conversations after the murder and arrest of the two hitmen. Donna's response was basically, don't know, and it doesn't concern me. In addition, I don't know that it's that troubling. And the reason I say that this is because if Donna really did not like Dan, I think it would be more questionable if she appeared concerned. But then again, that's just me. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe she was supposed to be concerned. I don't know.
Ms. Kappelman, did you find the information that you were seeking?
I'll be right
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I didn't have an answer for you. The case has had so many incarnations, hard for me to remember who knows what, but I am conceding the violation, certainly not intentional. I did not find it. Mr. Rashbaum did not depose this witness, so I'll move on.
Well, the defense requesting from the court to conduct a Richardson hearing.
It's not intentional. I would concede that. There are a lot of materials in here. I would just, if the state's going to move on, I don't think we need to inquire further.
Should I get the witness, Judge?
One moment, briefly, so the record is clean on this topic. I will find there has been a discovery violation with regard to the testimony of Jeffrey Lacasse on the subject matter of what was discussed with Wendy Adelson concerning any issues as to the children's memories. I will find this was inadvertent, as there have been, I believe this Kappelman is the fifth or sixth trial in this.
Only the fourth, Judge.
Excuse me, the fourth trial that has occurred under this set of facts, and there has been a multitude of discovery or interviews or depositions of this witness, but specifically as to this defendant being able to depose this witness on this topic, that did not take place by prior counsel or current counsel. I will find it is trivial, and it has not had a prejudicial effect on the ability of the defense to prepare, since the state is conceding the matter and no further examination on this topic will take place. The court will give a curative instruction to the jury for them to disregard and not consider as evidence in this matter any testimony that has taken place concerning a conversation between Wendy Adelson and Jeffrey Lacasse as to the children's memories. You may bring in the witness.
So, former Mexican cartel kingpin El Mayo will spend the rest of his life in prison after he entered a guilty plea yesterday. Yesterday was Monday, right? Yep. Yesterday to drug trafficking.
They might be using the bathroom, but once they're ready. Yep. You can come back to the witness stand, Mr. Lacasse.
A curative instruction, even though it sounded like they weren't asking for it, and it sounds like they're in agreement with that procedure.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I wouldn't know why you would have an adverse.
Well, there could be an argument that it draws more attention to the information, so I just wanted to make sure that their agreement was clear for the record.
Mr. Zeldin, do you wish to have a curative or do you not?
The proposed curative is acceptable, Your Honor.
Very well.
Spam. Yeah, the court audio is really, really low. It's annoying. I don't know how else to increase
Members of the
that.
jury, before the examination of this witness.
But I think
continued
their
with
mics are better now.
the instruction, the last objection that was raised by
People
the
are
defense
complaining
is
about
being
the
sustained.
quality of the
You
microphones
disregard
before.
Any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same time frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there, did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm gonna move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir, June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed?
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville. And she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you
Where
would
were
have
you going?
returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Kaplan,
Goes to motive, Judge.
overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't so odd to
I
me.
know it sounds like
It
she
wasn't
knew.
winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes. She knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should rush over there essentially. She had a stomach problem. So I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that? And didn't. I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby
Sounds like he's
convenience store to
implicating
go
her.
get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there was no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes,
So tell me about that. When did that occur?
that would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV. So I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or, the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right. And did she tell you what happened to the TV, how it got into that?
No, she kind of asked me to look into the TV as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know the better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. And then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on in the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here?
Stay focused now.
It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night. Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her. A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door. Appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of order, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June 4th.
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June 28th of 2014. I've marked it as State's Exhibit 141. You ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me.
Who's it from? Wendy?
And this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother, Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Oh.
All right, Fever.
Well.
Yeah,
says I
it's
have
really
spoken to
low.
mom and
I'm
dad
sorry.
About me. I met them multiple times. It's implausible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, so that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several
Okay, what's the
times.
purpose?
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
So to this time, I'd ask to move into evidence case 141.
Any objection?
No objection.
Case 141 is admitted.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did the fight occur?
The fight occurred in
You're
Gainesville.
married to her?
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive together back to Tallahassee?
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was,
It's the morning of it's 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. When we
Okay.
left that, I left on the 30th when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either.
I hate to say this, Fever, but you missed the case of 2025. There was this Nicholas Casotis case. It ended about 2 weeks ago. It was batshit crazy. That was a crazy, crazy, crazy trial.
So over the next couple of weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to
Are
be
you
okay,
working?
but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple of weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
It was
We
a
went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, while we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge, I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced in evidence.
Donna looks good. Maybe stressed out a little bit.
All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together and maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We had conversations.
Were the kids there that night?
They were not.
Okay, so it's just the two of you at the residence?
Just the two of us.
All right, and did the subject of relocation come up?
Yes.
In what context?
It came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee. So we're talking about the future relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, just thinking, is she even going to?
You need to turn the notifications on. But that trial was just, ooh, that trial was bad shit crazy. I think about it often. People on Reddit keep talking about it. It was insane. To me, that's the top trial of 2025.
And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Dang, Fever, why'd you quit your job? Fever, why did you quit your job? What are you going to do now? I'm sorry.
Ruling at sidebar, the objection is overruled pending the other matters that do have to be addressed. You may continue, Ms. Kappelman.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something?
Yeah, Wendy knew.
Happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation. And so I pushed back on Wendy a little bit and said, like, you're going to have to kind of make your peace with this. You're going to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit. And she said, well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled.
Yep.
You may continue with your answer.
She
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Danny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
That's what I'm saying.
And when she referred to her
$15,000 to take a life. Come on now.
brother,
That's some money.
two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
I don't know that there's a price.
And when
But
you said Charlie looked into
I don't
hiring
know.
a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so
15?
this
I don't
was
know.
something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took
Well,
me
why don't you
aback.
continue to be in a relationship with
She
her?
was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this. And she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adelson on that date?
Yes. We had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. She was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point. And then like mid-afternoon, let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay. What happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe that this is over. Tried to talk about the relationship, didn't go very well. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. So she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week. So I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journey's Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her and she calls after me. I turn around and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip. And she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And answer the questions as best I could, but I was confused why at that moment she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markel was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
If you had taken the trip as planned, which is
Dang, I don't know. I think
Wendy
YouTube
that
shadow
day,
banned me.
what
They don't
would
recommend my
have
videos anymore.
I would have left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew.
Fever, it's not even 50. Did they say 50? I heard 15, like 1-5. Even whether it's 50, 15, that's not money.
I related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for a dinner and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11 and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with where how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your
Yoga
travel
date.
plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introducing the evidence of states GG. Sorry, 64 GG. Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
Yeah, she
So
sends a lot of
she's-
emails.
Is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
I'm not into yoga either.
No,
but
she's asking. Well, I consider there, based on our
I
interaction,
still don't understand why he went. I don't know.
I thought this is over.
So why
I
did
had told
you?
Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation. Just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for a week.
Okay, what's that?
So she's not breaking up. I mean, functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st
You don't want to be
of,
alone, maybe?
July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, she knew. It sounds like Wendy actually
I was
knew.
able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A. I can show you that. You recognize 86A?
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge. And that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving evidence 86A.
Any objection? There you are. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, so I blurred the boys' faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
It
Yes.
shows us.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like, art would come down, other art would go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th. 13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall. The only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about,
What's he
I've
saying?
nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you
Okay,
familiar
so
with that?
he was
Yes.
saying he needed an alibi for the
Tell
murder.
Mary about that, please.
That's why she was
Yeah,
asking him all the
um,
details. Yep, that's what it sounds like.
Objection is overruled.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days after the murder. She called me.
10 days.
And we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner.
From my understanding, Wendy has actually moved on. This was a long time ago, though. This was 2014. She's moved on. She's in a relationship with somebody else.
And at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was.
Yeah, I know why
She
he'd do.
spontaneously vomited all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in this
Yes.
murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
Rather
you
than this-
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire,
Oh,
so I
you
ended up getting
avoided.
videotaped at a Kmart.
You avoided being a
And I know
suspect.
the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
He's in the clear. I forgot his
At
name
some
already.
point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the documents were released, I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, unsuccessfully, obviously.
Are you familiar with the type of vehicle?
Yeah, it's only day
originally
3.
Rented by the killers in June.
You're right on
for that
time.
trip?
I am.
And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016. But when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra. That freaked me out because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I marked as state's demonstrative exhibit G.
You should write a book.
Recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
They're not that similar.
Yeah, one more moment to confirm, please.
Or maybe they're similar. They're not identical. That might be the difference.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
That's it?
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Come on, get it together. These people all look stressed out. Give us real cross-examination.
Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacoste, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
You testified that it
So
was your
Cleveland wants to
understanding-
know whether Wendy told the witness what she was going to do, and that's why he left earlier. I think here's the thing, though. I think the writing was already on the wall based on this witness's testimony. It sounds like the family had plans of taking out the decedent or her ex-husband. It sounds like Wendy was complicit to some extent. And it also sounds like the witness was somewhat okay with what was going to go to. I don't know though, if you're in a relationship with a woman that's in this dysfunctional family and you see how they're rolling, I don't know how you continue to want to be in a relationship with such a person because you might be next.
My client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
That's not a good question.
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendy.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression. Information coming from Wendy.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendy.
Putting Charlie's
Aside from
Yes,
Charlie,
no.
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendy. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendy? Let me find the exact quote. Didn't you find Wendy to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive you were not to consider. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury to make that distinction.
You yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on. You can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Big red flag, major red flag.
Enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
You testified about a statement that Wendy Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014 that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother, Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. You may step down, Mr. Lacoste.
What's going on?
Please call your next witness.
What has he done?
Don't tell me she's lost
Somebody's chuckling out there.
To all bailiffs,
Can't
United
hear
States
that.
Marshals, the FBI, please track down our next witness. Need to use the restroom during this period. Bailiff, please take the jurors to the restroom.
All right, while we're waiting for these folks, let's get back here. Let me get back to that article. And I went back to the top again. Let me see if I can find the spot.
We'll resume at 10:25. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, the bailiffs will assist you.
What's up, Big Allie? How are you? I've been MIA, but you've also been MIA. I have Fever in here. Fever has been hanging out with me all morning. So let's see, where was I? Okay. So the cross-examination, this refers to the cross-examination of Wendy, okay? Wendy was in a relationship with a witness that just got off the stand. So the cross-examination tried to weave in their opening statements that Wendy's mom was kind, loving, and selfless in helping others, including her family. Much of the cross was geared towards distancing Donna from Katie, who is the alleged connect to the hitman, and her son Charlie. Wendy's defense attorney, Jackie, continued to refer to Markel as Danny during the cross-examination. This is highly unusual to refer to someone by their first name in a courtroom. I think I read that already. Let me find the spot. I know I went all the way back. Oh, there we go. We were talking about Robert Adelson. So Dr. Robert Adelson was the next witness to enter the courtroom. However, he entered through a side door of the courtroom. It was clear that he is estranged from his mother and family. Rob has never been a witness, and there were many pretrial motions attempting to prohibit his testimony. The media and podcasters were eager to hear his testimony regarding his mother. His posture and demeanor reflected a man uncomfortable in the courtroom. He nervously avoided eye contact with his mother while on the stand. Prosecutor Sarah Dugan carefully had him describe the family dynamics and his mother's role in the household. He testified Donna is controlling and rigid, with fixed ideas regarding her children and their lives. He described Charlie as being the most dependent on his mother. Rob stated Donna would question everything and never just do what someone requested. Okay, so basically Donna does whatever the hell it is she wants to do. Okay, so if that is the case, then it sounds like she would take care of Wendy's problems regardless of what Wendy was comfortable with or what she wanted to get done. She was going to do her own thing. If we are to take Rob's word as the gospel, okay? He said Donna approved of Professor Markel when they were married. However, his mother hated him after their separation. He described his sister Wendy as acting like a damsel in distress during the divorce. He acknowledged that his mother helped her sister. I don't know why they said his sister. Isn't it supposed to be his sister? And her kids relocate in the middle of the night while Markel was out of town on a speaking engagement. And then they have a photograph here of Harvey Adelson. That's the husband, and he is in court supporting his wife. Okay. More troubling, his mother was gleeful when Wendy called Markel just before he went on stage to tell him she moved out with the kids. This testimony decimated the defense claims made in the opening statement. Donna secretly used her maiden name when renting Wendy an apartment to keep secret her actions against Dan Markel. Most troubling was his testimony regarding his conversations after the murder and the arrest of the two hitmen. Donna's response was basically, don't know and it doesn't concern me. In addition, she instructed Rob to not speak to the police because he doesn't know anything anyway. Okay, that's a little strange, but okay. The most credible witness on the stand and a final dagger from the daughter. Are these the actions of a nice, kind, and selfless individual? The jury will decide. Rob Adelson was the most credible witness on the stand. He was placed in an awkward position, but he had integrity and answered the questions in a forthright manner. In true Shakespearean terms, her estranged son, Dr. Robert Adelson, may be the most damning witness for the state of Florida. The family reunion with Donna Adelson is an event that the jury and court watchers will never forget. Why do they keep bringing up Shakespeare? I don't get it. I don't know who wrote this article. I don't like the way they write. So Donna's children could be the reason that she may spend the rest of her life in prison. I don't know that to be true. And the reason I don't agree with that is because if Donna did in fact engage in criminal conduct and the jury find as such, I don't know that to the witnesses in the case. It has to be attributed to her own conduct. Yeah, anyways, let's move on. The damsel in distress and the doting son that she used to solve her problems could be her downfall. Okay, they have a picture of somebody here. Tim Jansen. I don't know who that is. Okay, and this tragedy was witnessed by Donna at the defense table, with her loving husband sitting in the gallery in silence. As a final dagger, Wendy kissed her father as she left the courtroom after testifying against her mom. Ugh. Okay. So Tim Jansen, partner in Jansen and Davis, PA, is a prominent and nationally recognized criminal defense attorney. Why did they put his picture here? Is he the one that wrote the article? Hold on, let's go back. Who's the author? Tim Jansen. Tim Jansen, stick to legal representation because you don't know how to write. Okay, so there we go. Kiva said, damn, Donna seems like a major problem. I don't know. She was, I don't know, Donna. I know, Fever, when I read Markel, I was like, I don't know, is this how you even say his name? And then they said it as well. But no, let's look him up. Let us look up Dan Markel. This is as white as they come. Dang, everybody in this case has a has a Wikipedia page. So he is apparently Canadian born. I don't know what that means. I don't know if his parents were Canadian
Well, hold on, we found our
or
Wiki.
his parents were American and was just born in Canada. I don't know what that means. All right. So he earned a JD
Jack of all
from
trades,
Harvard.
none.
Okay. He was born in Montreal, died in Tallahassee. Da, 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 da. Montreal, raised in Toronto, religious Jewish family, studied politics and philosophy as a Harvard undergraduate, graduating magna cum laude, uh, fellowship in Israel, blah 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 blah. All right. What is the Markel Act? It sounds like the legislators got to work. Okay. Okay, listen to this. I'm quickly. So they in Florida they have the Markel Act. Okay, it's legislation. So it says that following the 2016 arrest, Wendy Adelson cut off contact between Markel's parents and their grandsons. She also took the steps of changing her son's last names. Her son's, oh, I'm sorry, I confused that for Donna. I confused Wendy for Donna. She also took the steps of changing her son's last names from Markel to Adelson, claiming it was for their safety. Florida's grandparents' visitation laws are among the most restrictive in the nation, leaving the Markel with no way to even petition a court for a ruling on whether they can be granted contact with their grandsons. The Florida legislature considered a bill in the 2020 legislative session, SB 1886, sponsored by some senator, that would create an additional set of conditions in which grandparents would be granted standing to access courts. Wendy Adelson's attorney denounced the bill as an absolute outrage. In 2022, the legislation, informally known as the Markel Act, passed both chambers of the Florida legislature and was signed into law by DeSantis. So these folks have a lot going on. Okay, they got married in February 2006. They had two sons, one born in 2009, the other in 2010. Okay, so the couple separated in 2012 and their divorce became final in 2013. And in 2014, somebody took his life. So, yeah, let's see. What else do they have here? What else? What else? What else? Motivated. All right, back to work. Let's let these people get back on the case. Back to work. Hold on.
Everyone can be seated. You may bring in the next witness.
Who's that? Who's taking the stand? I know Cardi B's on trial. What is she on trial for? You guys know I don't really like these celebrity trials.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so you can be heard. You may examine.
Okay, who's she?
Hi, what is your name?
Hi, my name's June. I'm Chinda.
Will you spell that?
Ooh, that's
First name is
that's the
J-U-N-E,
girlfriend.
and the last name
That is Charlie's girlfriend. Another girlfriend.
U-M-C-H-I-N-D-A.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Ooh, fancy.
Do you know Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case?
I do, yes.
I
How
dated
do you
her
know her?
son.
I was Charlie Adelson, her son's ex-girlfriend at one point.
Okay, when did you date Charlie Adelson?
I dated him in 2015 to 2017. I
Drew?
met him after the murder.
Okay, do you recall what month in 2015 you began dating
It
Charlie
was
Adelson?
October.
And then broke up in what month of 17?
In June.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what the beginning of your relationship with Mr. Adelson was like?
Well, in the beginning, him and his family were not being investigated by anything. So it was just a normal relationship. We had, everything was great.
Did you describe it as a fairy tale?
I did.
Had you met his mother?
I have.
How many times did you meet his mom?
Not more than 5 or 6, I would say.
And when you met her, was that at family events or what type of events?
Some family events and some weekends or dinners or just get-togethers.
Did you notice during the time you spent around Donna Adelson that she was very involved with her grandchildren?
I did notice, yes.
How close was she to Charlie Adelson?
They were very close.
They worked together.
At times, Charlie worked at many offices, so when he was at his office, yes.
Okay, because there was a family business as well that he was a part of, right?
Yes.
And Donna Adelson worked at that business?
I believe so at times.
Okay, and did they speak on the phone daily?
Yes.
Did it seem like Donna Adelson was in control of the family?
Yes,
In
no.
control, like, can you describe?
Like the
What do you mean?
matriarch of the family. She was the one that everyone looked to be in charge.
She played a motherly role, yes, in the family.
Did you meet Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And what about her children? Did you meet them?
I have, yes.
Were you and Charlie Adelson living together during the time that you were dating?
Not officially. I had my own place, but I had a key to his place, and we were together 24/7 since we met. So,
basically.
But did you
living
not have a
together.
job?
yes.
During what you've described or previously described as the fairy tale phase of your relationship with Mr. Adelson, was he suffering from any anxiety issues?
In the beginning,
Yes.
just stress from work, the normal day-to-day.
Okay. Did he come across as angry during that time, the fairy tale phase?
No.
During that portion of your relationship, what did you know, if anything, about the murder of Dan Markell?
I had no idea who Dan Markell was. I've never seen the case in the media. I just know that when I asked Charlie about his family, he advised me that his brother-in-law was murdered and shot in the head in the garage, and they don't know who did it. So that's all I knew. It was pretty short.
Is that a topic that came up one time or more than one time?
It was one
See, this makes me wonder why Charlie broke up with Katie. Katie is the other girlfriend, the one that is also being convicted. We need to take a closer look there because it sounds like Katie was cooperating with authorities, right? And this is crossing my mind as this second girlfriend, June, is testifying, or ex-girlfriend.
time when I asked him about his family in the beginning when we were dating, getting to know each other. And then obviously throughout our relationship, it became a bigger topic.
Okay, but during the fairy tale phase, was it a topic that would come up regularly, like what's going on with the investigation and wonder who did it, that sort of thing?
So the fairy tale phase, that was before the investigation, before they suspected him or his family. So no, it did not come up, just that one time.
Okay, and did you have a law enforcement interview in this case?
I did. I did not know I was being recorded, but yes.
It was recorded.
I
though,
was,
right?
yes.
You've had a chance
What?
to review it.
Many times, yes.
And in that interview, did you say for court and counsel, page 50, lines 19 through 23, quote, like they weren't ever curious, like who really killed him. They weren't upset about it, it seemed like. Did you say that?
If it's there, yes, I said that.
All right. And then there was a time, are you familiar with the bump in which law enforcement approached Donna Adelson posing as a gang member or a
Yes,
criminal?
ma'am.
I watched that video.
And after that bump,
Yeah,
did
cool.
everything sort of change in your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
During and after, absolutely.
Okay. And that law enforcement operation that I'm referencing occurred April 19th of 2016. Is that something that he reported to you? Were you aware that that happened with his mom?
No, definitely not.
He didn't say
Not
anything?
during the time.
Okay. When did you learn about that?
I might have even learned about it from 2020 or something when we watched it, or he told me later on
Okay.
after the fact.
So although you were inseparable at the time it happened, he didn't mention it to you?
No.
In what ways did Charlie Adelson's behavior begin to change around that time?
Around that time, I noticed he wasn't sleeping. He was up in the middle of the night. He was very extra stressed and anxious, worried, depressed. Overall, he became depressed over time.
Right. And at some point, I guess you learned through the media that
Killing
Charlie
people will do that
was
to you.
under investigation for potentially having a role in the murder of Dan Markell. Is that right?
I learned from a reporter that thought I was Katie that came to the house, yes.
And do
They
you know
mistook
around
you
what
for
time
somebody
that
else.
was?
I believe it was like May or June when Luis Rivera got arrested around that time.
Okay. And once you
Or
learned,
I'm sorry, Luis.
Come on, what's going on? What's going on? Core TV.
media about this case,
What are they doing?
you did learn some things from the media.
Let's go back a little bit.
You did learn some things from the media about this case. Was there something that stood out to you about how the hitmen said they were paid?
I did read the affidavit and everything, which said Luis or somebody mentioned they were paid in staples, like bundles of
And-
cash with
And
staples.
why
in it.
did that stand out to you?
Because I noticed that Charlie stapled his money, or he had money that was stapled.
Okay, so you had seen that in his residence before?
Right after I read that, so after
After
I
you-
found out that the money was stapled.
after you found out the money was stapled? You saw the stapled money?
Or no, sorry, let me think. I can't remember the exact moment, but I know when I saw the money, a red flag came up, and I was like, after the fact that I saw it, I was thinking, oh, I think Lewis said he got paid in some stapled cash, and I mentioned to Charlie that he should just put a paper clip in it. Instead, we talked about the staples. So
Okay, but you had
All
seen
these people complicit.
before learning that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, had you not seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence?
before the hitmen were paid,
Yeah.
I didn't know Charlie back then when the hitmen were
I'm
paid.
sorry. I'm sorry. Yes. Before you learned that the hitmen were paid in stapled money, which you learned from the media, you had seen stapled money in Charlie Adelson's residence.
It was after, because when I saw it, I was thinking to myself, that's strange, the staples, and then it clicked. So it was after I saw.
It's not very
After
clear
you
case to
saw
me.
the article or the TV broadcast, you then observed it. in his
After I
residence,
found out.
And that's when it
Yes.
clicked.
Yes.
Okay. And the stapled money that you saw was $100 bills stapled into $1,000 bundles. Is that right?
Yes.
And there was quite a few of them that you saw, right?
Right.
During the time between, I guess, the few weeks before that article was published, so between what we now know was the bump and when all of this came to light, did you notice Charlie beginning to communicate more with Catherine Magbanua?
I believe I saw like a message from her, or they were on the phone.
I don't know, are they getting,
something like that? I asked
Charlie
him about it.
does not have to get on this.
Okay, did you previously in your law enforcement interview indicate that you saw him going back and forth with Katie on the calls, like, and I said, oh, why do you guys talk so much? You remember that?
I do. So I was referring to the episode where it shows him and Katie going back and forth on the calls. And then I told Charlie and said, like, you never talked to me like that. So I was wondering why he talked so much to her.
Isn't it
At that
true
time.
that you noticed him talking to her at odd hours prior to the media broadcast?
No, that was all in regards to the episode that I saw, that they showed him talking to her at odd hours.
You don't remember telling law enforcement that it was weird because he didn't wake up early, and you saw that there were on the phone the times that they were talking, and it was like 7 or 8, and you thought, oh, that's odd.
No, I did say that, but that was in the episode. I told Charlie that I thought it was odd because we don't talk that way, and he said we live together. So,
Okay. Have you described him as being paranoid during this time frame?
yes,
Okay. And did he talk to you during this time frame about believing his phone was being tapped?
yes, a lot.
Had you ever met Catherine Magbanua?
I met her briefly. She worked at our front desk dermatologist office that I went to. So before I knew Charlie, I met her there.
And was at the time that the law enforcement operation occurred, the time frame we're talking about, was Katie his most recent ex-girlfriend?
No.
Who was the most recent ex-girlfriend?
Before me, it was someone named Whitney Kick.
Okay, so she was in between you and Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Did you ever know of Catherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, and then when you mentioned you were still with him at the time that Magbanua was arrested, Did his erratic behaviors get better or worse at the time of her
Probably
arrest?
worse.
It was worse.
Okay. And can you describe those behaviors for the jury?
Well, it was a lot mixed with what I said earlier, the no sleeping, depression,
I think
and
the witnesses,
our whole relationship just took a big turn,
she's
and I
not getting
wasn't
any
sure
real
why. In the beginning, he was just acting strange and would go to his friend's house, and our routine kind of got disrupted, and I wasn't sure why. So it was just like I knew something was going on, but I didn't know exactly what the problem was. So
Did he become angry, short fused?
at certain times, he would.
Okay. And I'm particularly talking about this time frame around Katie's arrest and just after that. Uh-oh, trick chair. Around the time right after Katie's arrest, is that the time frame where these?
Fever Alice said, "What up?"
Right. Yes.
And did, particularly when the case or the investigation came up, is that something that would make him angry?
Not really angry. He had different emotions every time it would come up. So
And
What does that
was
mean?
one of those emotions
Emotions.
anger?
at some point, sometimes, yes.
And did you say he would get really red and screaming and take random walks, just acting like a crazy person?
He would at times, yes.
Yeah, they have a lot going on, Allie.
Did he get a second phone and maybe a third phone during that time?
I saw one more phone that he got and then it disappeared. So it was just a short period of
This trial still does not beat Nick Casoda's, though. Nick Casoda's is the trial of the year.
time. He had another phone.
At some
I don't know
point
if you
during
watched
that
that
time frame,
trial,
did
Allie.
Charlie Adelson began communicating with you via WhatsApp?
He did actually when he went to Asia because it's like I guess you can talk to anyone in the country on WhatsApp. So he thought it was easier that we spoke there.
Was he only communicating with you
They
via
have a
WhatsApp
lot.
when he was in Asia, or
You're
did he
right.
do it when he
We
came
just
back?
developed the habit after he got
You're
back.
right.
We just spoke on there all the time.
Do you know if he was communicating with Magvanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
Did he start keeping a bag of clothes by his bed around this time?
I saw him keep a chain.
Nick Casoda's, that case was going on in Georgia. It ended about 2 weeks ago. Some lawyer that dismembered his wife, something about Jim McIntyre, fictional characters. He faked his own death. That trial, he had too much going on. And he was represented by Doug Weinstein. Doug Weinstein fell flat on his face. It was a mess.
Change of clothes one time or a few times, yes.
Did he sleep with a gun around this time?
He always has guns around because he has his
That was
license to
awful.
carry. So he
It's always
didn't
been awful.
physically sleep with the
It was
gun,
very
but
obvious.
he has one in his nightstand and all over the place. So
What about Wendy Adelson? Did you notice an issue between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson during this time frame?
I wasn't too involved with them, but I did notice one time they got into an argument.
Right. And did he tell you it was a fight about this case?
He just said that it was something about the case. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember exactly when that was?
Not exactly. I don't know if I should guess or not. But.
No, please don't. So, was there a time frame where Wendy and Charlie were not speaking because of some type of a disagreement about this case?
Yes.
What about Donna Adelson? Did her behavior change at all around this time frame that we're talking about?
So I wasn't around her a lot, but when I did see her, yes, she was upset.
Finally into
Okay.
Donna.
And did you describe her as a mess?
About other folks.
Yes, if it's there, yes.
What does a mess mean?
Right.
Just like mentally upset and physically drained or not their usual self.
All right. Was she crying when you saw her?
At a point in time, yes.
And did Charlie Adelson advise you that she was taking painkillers for stress during that time frame?
Yes.
And was there a time when you were on the balcony of Donna Adelson's residence and she made a statement to you about Dan Markel?
We were speaking about Dan because the case was such a big thing at that time, yes.
Okay. And what was the statement she made?
Well, her life was crumbling down in her family's life. So she said everything felt like Dan was haunting her from the grave or them. I don't know. Whatever it says there.
She feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her or something.
In reference to that, yes. I don't, yeah.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
That direct was longer than it should have been.
Please remain seated. The attorneys for the defense are now presented.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
What?
After the 2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something.
Why is that
and laughed.
relevant?
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half of the work.
Right, but he was laughing, so
Even the
it was
people in the
just a joke.
background were like, what? Folks in the gallery. Is that it? Is that it for Cross? Where do these folks get these defense attorneys from? Hold on, I need to go back to that silly question.
He was
Only.
said he made
Did Charlie Adelson make a statement to you about Catherine Magdanoa's breast augmentation?
after the
Wait,
20
what does that have to do with Donna? What does it have to do with the murder charge?
2020 episode, he made a statement and joked about it, yes.
What did he say?
He was saying they were thinking that he paid for the whole thing, and then he said, like he said he paid for one or something and laughed.
Only paid for one of the breasts. Half of the work.
Right,
folks
but
in the
he was
background.
laughing, so it was just a joke.
What? Is that what? A really strange cross-examination there. Are you done? Is that it? Ellie said that she thinks he'll try for a new trial for ineffective assistance of
Morning,
counsel.
ma'am.
Yeah.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I.
How do I
along with
pause this
Josh
thing?
Delman-
Oh, without a doubt. What's his name again? Doug did not do a single thing. I've talked about this. This is a discussion going back to 2024. Doug is not a criminal defense lawyer. He can go do transactional work and whatever it was he was doing before. That man's not a trial lawyer. Okay, who's this next person?
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Selman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
I just really have a few questions.
I have real questions.
There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time. Yes.
Okay. You previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he had it stacked in $100 bills in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
But you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled already.
You saw that it was stapled,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
And I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
So you did an initial interview. You've been deposed. You testified in Catherine McBanawaz's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie McBanawaz's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her. In Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm
What's the
sorry.
question?
Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train
testified,
of thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
Does she remember?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like if they were those exact words, I think she was just so like stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but
That's what I said. Does she remember?
if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these,
Use your words.
sorry, you were under oath, correct?
Sorry.
Please answer out loud all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the answer was yes, you are under oath.
That's not impossible.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes,
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
yes,
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
right.
I don't know that that's roughing up enough. But
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
is that it? Let's see what it's saying. Yeah, I've been working and parenting, Allie. Right now I'm still working. I'm doing some research out here. Just kinda kicking my butt right now. I don't know. That's
Redirect examination.
cross examination.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
Or maybe they just don't
And
have
step down
anything.
at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Well, she's gonna have a better day after she gets on that stand.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Who's he?
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes, sir. You may take your seat.
Hey, who?
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, RYAN FITZPATRICK.
Sir, do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was Charlie's mother.
Okay, were you friends with Charlie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
What was the time frame that you all were friends?
Probably 2013, 2014 to 2019, 2020. I can't really.
Okay. And during the time y'all were friends, were you like best friends?
We're very close
Acquaintances?
friends. Yes, ma'am.
Close friends. And based on your knowledge of Charlie Adelson, was he really close with his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
And also with his sister, Wendy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did they feel about Dan Markel, if you know?
They haven't laid a foundation as to which person. They doesn't describe anything related
We
to my
don't do
client.
speaking objections. Please sit down.
I'll re-ask the
Sustained.
question. How did Donna Adelson feel about Dan Markel?
Didn't like Dan.
And Charlie, did he have a lot of girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds
And
like
was
it.
Catherine McBanimal one of those girlfriends?
Yes, ma'am. She was.
Is that somebody that you ever met or hung out with?
I believe once or twice in passing, but didn't, like I've testified before, didn't pay any attention to Charlie's girlfriends.
Okay, so she didn't stand out to you as anything special among the crowd?
May have looked like the others, but no, didn't stand out to me at all.
Are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's practice of how he keeps his cash?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
And how is that?
Stapled money, 10-100 equals 1,000. I've been paid by stapled money by Charlie Adelson before.
What were you paid
So,
for?
Okay. And when the murder of Dan Markel occurred, was that during the time frame that you were really close with Charlie Adelson?
No, ma'am. It was prior to us growing closer as friends.
Okay. When you did grow closer as friends, did Mr. Adelson mention the murder to you?
It wasn't discussed. Dan wasn't a topic of discussion. There was no, nobody. It was odd because it wasn't.
Okay. So you were aware of it, that it happened?
Yes, ma'am. It was.
Okay. But nobody talked about it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And are you familiar with the law enforcement operation that's been referenced as the bump, where Donna Adelson was approached on the street?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Okay. And did Charlie Adelson talk to you about the bump? His mom being
Yes,
approached?
ma'am.
Okay, and prior to that, had Charlie Adelson ever mentioned being harassed or extorted or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so when this happened with his mother, did his demeanor change? How was he acting about this incident?
Charlie became agitated, nervous, anxiety. I guess looking back now, guilty, just abnormal.
Okay. Did he ever make a statement to you about murder?
He made the statement at one time that you could get away with anything if you keep your mouth shut.
I don't know about all that, but okay.
Implied murder.
All right. After the arrests that occurred in this case, and I'm referencing the 3 suspects that were arrested prior to him, did that impact his behavior, demeanor around you?
When the others were arrested?
When the other arrests occurred?
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am. That behavior continued to increase.
Okay, so he was anxious, would you say?
More needy. Charlie talked a lot, and he talked a lot
general?
about it. Yes, ma'am.
And he talked a lot about what? Those arrests?
Charlie would talk about something repeatedly, almost to
What do you
help
mean by
himself
something?
believe something, or to talk to you till he was blue in the face until you were almost so tired of hearing it that you were like, oh, okay, and you believed it. But
Okay.
it was nauseating. It's tiring.
He was a talker.
You have to be more
Yes, ma'am.
specific.
All right. Is it fair to say that Charlie was not stressed out at all about the murder or anything related to this case prior to that law enforcement operation?
From my understanding, yes, ma'am.
And after that operation, based on your observations of him, he became very upset and worried about this case.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
That's it?
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Ask real
I think you
questions.
appeared by video.
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie. No, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time.
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh,
Step down.
hold on.
Added questions in your deposition. Some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markell, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. it's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
I don't know. Cross-examination is really weak.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at any time?
No, Your Honor.
You are released, sir, and have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Mary Hall.
And they're running
We're going to
this
need to
dismissal.
speak first. We were provided some information before today or during court.
Speaking objection.
It's not a speaking.
Hold on, stop talking. Please take the jurors to the jury room. You can be seated. If there's a topic that needs to be addressed, please ask to approach, but no gratuitous statements need to be made in front of the jurors.
It sounds intentional.
And I should not have made those comments. I apologize.
You need to speak with Ms. Hall before she testifies.
We do, Judge.
State you need to be heard concerning this. Very well. How long will it take to speak with Ms. Hall about this matter?
It should not take long, but maybe 15 minutes, Judge.
For scheduling purposes, I think for direct, maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm not sure about cross, so whatever the court would like to do with that.
Right, let's put the jurors then on early lunch. During this time, defendants can speak with Ms. Hall about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
Okay, what's going on?
Her examination. Speak with Ms. Hall about any topics that you need to prior to her examination. Please bring the jurors out so we can put them on the lunch break.
Dang, they're going on lunch. I can fast forward, I think.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we're going to take an early lunch break today. Once again, I'm going to remind you of the instructions that you have received before, not to discuss this case with each other or anyone else. If anyone attempts in any way to speak to you about this case or talk to you, please make sure you report that matter to the bailiff so I can deal with it appropriately. Also, during the lunch break, do not look at any information about this case or any of the news reporting. Again, you may eat together if you choose to do so, but the only prohibition is discussing this case. We will get started again at 12:35. Please make sure you have reported by 12:30. Enjoy your break.
At 12:30. Alexa, set an alarm for 12:30 p.m.
Alarm set for 12:30 p.m.
Everyone can be seated. For the parties, please report back at 12:30 as well. This should give the defense an opportunity to speak with Mrs. Hall and have your midday break as well. Does anything else need to be addressed?
State going to present a PowerPoint presentation during Mrs. Hull's testimony, and I do have an objection, a hearsay objection to slide 38. It's a text messaging conversation between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and then Harvey's statements would be hearsay, and that was ruled on yesterday as well.
And that, may I respond, Judge?
Sure.
Let me pull up the slide just a moment.
And it was also a statement before the conspiracy judge, it was December 14th of 2012.
So Judge, I believe the court has seen this before, but I can also provide the court with a copy. Slide 38 is a text message exchange between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson from 2012, where they are discussing
Okay, father, son.
having a large amount of cash.
Are they zooming into the father? No.
And I plan to ask Ms. Hull, did the family keep a large amount, or did the family keep cash? Did they have access to a lot of cash? Did they have, did they give cash discounts at their dental practice? And this is an example of them taking whatever cash that they did receive and keeping it as opposed to depositing it in the bank. And so I do think that it's probative and more prejudicial. More probative than it is prejudicial.
Weird, the objections hearsay, not that it's probative.
Okay.
Are you struggling?
Yeah. Let me see.
Do you have an exception?
Harvey is the one making the statement.
So why is it not hearsay? Why does it get to come in? I can't help you. Let's see. I want to move on to Friday's testimony, or maybe we move on to Monday. I'm not sure. Now I'm ahead. We need to go ahead.
I mean, okay, so the statement is, I have too much cash, and talking about there's no tax advantages for a large gift, except that he has too much cash. But we're not proving it to prove he has too much cash at that time. We're using it to prove this family keeps a large amount of cash outside of, banking institutions. They have a lot of cash, and that would be relevant to them having a large amount of cash at the time that these payments were made.
So you're not offering the statement for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather something.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted in these messages, but rather the fact that they had cash in general and kept cash out of banks.
And that is for the truth of the matter asserted, Judge.
Right.
She's trying to use this,
But it
a
sounds
hearsay
like-
statement from a person who's not a party to this litigation. There's an argument in Charlie's trial, but here, this is not about Donna, and they say they're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
Yeah,
but
that is my trouble with a lot of the testimony that I've heard today. It tends to center around Charlie and not Donna. And that's, I guess, an extension. I suppose they're trying to link Donna to Charlie because otherwise they don't really have anything. But that's a potential.
Then she turned around and said, we're using it to prove they have a lot of cash. So they are using it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What would be the other issue that is being offered for Ms. Dugan? It's not for the truth of the matter asserted. Ms. Fulford is making a good point.
I think that if it were for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be that he has too much cash on this date and
I see.
there's no tax advantage of this gift. But we're using it to show that they keep a large amount of cash outside of banking institutions, that they have a large amount of cash in general. That's just the distinction I'm saying. But the statement is, I have too much cash.
Well, the hair is pretty thin. On that matter, I'll reserve ruling for now. Do you have a copy of slide 38 that I can review?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back with it.
All right, let's go to. Let's go at it.
All right, Stugan, you can have your slide back. All right, as to slide 38, I will find that this does predate the conspiracy, at least as it's been alleged during this trial. Additionally, as to the discussion of cash and it flowing from one party to the next between the two Adelsons, as to that, it cannot be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It is hearsay. The non-hearsay basis that it's being offered for, again, Ms. Dugan, is what exactly that's unrelated to the money specifically. What is the unrelated aspect of this exhibit that's unrelated to the money that you're offering it for?
Right, I mean, it is related to the money. We're trying to establish that they keep a large amount of cash, they don't put it in banks, and they transfer it from one family member to another.
All right, that
Transfer it via just giving it to them, as opposed to putting in a bank,
you may question Investigator Hull concerning what she learned as a result of going through the financial records, but as to the slide, I will sustain the objection unless there is another basis for which is being offered, not the truth of the matter asserted. Well, that is our break at this point. Please return at 12:30.
Okay. I could have skipped through all of this. God damn it, girl. All right, so I'm gonna take a quick break, but I want to go to. Let's see. I want to go to Friday. I can barely see. I cannot see. I cannot see. Four days ago. No, it will be here, right? Will this be Friday?
Adelson was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman, and who ended up being the hitman? And showed began to investigate.
When such lied by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case, or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or any other location until the trial has concluded. You must not visit places that are mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest of family members make comments to you or ask questions about this trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages that are related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge that really prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanction. Duty of a defendant to prove her innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. It's possible to predict when such a conference may be
Tragically,
for your use if you do wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you are not to remove your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats. When the trial reconvenes, you will have access to your notepads once again. After you've completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, your notepads will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes during this trial, please do not get so involved in note-taking that you've become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state prepared to give its opening statement at this time? Yes, Your Honor. You may proceed.
Good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Sarah Catherine Dugan. Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table, and this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant, Donna Adelson, was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate to try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing.
Okay.
The little evidence that they do have sends them down 2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him? And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out. So directly to this investigation, both of these paths led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead. And they learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter.
I won't do it.
And his ex-wife is named Wendy Adelson. A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendy Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami where she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, as y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendy Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was the relentless driving force behind Wendy's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, you know, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about all the decisions in Wendy Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendy Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendy's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendy and persuade Wendy until Wendy ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives, the emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendy and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendy that she deserved more than just a life teaching in Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendy's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendy and her attorney were filing in court, and emailing Wendy instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendy Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendy and the grandkids in Tallahassee, and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendy Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce, and if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendy's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendy Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendy would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendy Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendy know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education, and the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendy move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendy could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission. The defendant told Wendy to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendy would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails. So, for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media.
Hold on.
The defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendy to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church, and then post the pictures to social media, and even announce on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendy Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami. I told Wendy Adelson.
I think that's probably more of a reason for the decedent to not agree, because if he wants their children to be part of the Jewish faith and you're converting them to Christianity, why would he allow you to move with the kids?
Adelson that in order to pull off the stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life. The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendy had to dress her two little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms, as long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendy Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life, depended on Wendy Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendy and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendy and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelsons' big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family. The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice.
Hold on.
The defendant, her son Charlie Adelson, and her husband Harvey Adelson actually all worked together at their family's dental practice. The defendant, Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch and a domineering one at that. She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having her TV fixed, at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead, and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendy Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendy Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief.
Wait, what?
And when asked, Wendy Adelson said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked by law enforcement if anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, she also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendy admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know?
What does that mean?
The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendy Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder.
Oh.
An alibi, the TV repair appointment that was set up by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So
why is the father not on trial, or is he next? Yeah, why is the father not on trial?
Path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendy said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman.
I don't like this.
While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car? And why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light colored Prius at a bank drive-through and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. But they continued to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Miami. Came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met.
Right.
What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her? Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanois. She goes by Katie. The shooter and Magbanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share two kids in common. This is Garcia and Magbanois. And lo and behold, these two paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine Magbanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son. The same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine Magbanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So
Too many
Dan
people.
Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive, led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and Magbanois all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Magbanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that Magbanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. And also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine Magbanois to the payroll at the Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for.
Maybe she got a job.
And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. Magbanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine Magbanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case. The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them. The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine Magbanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having Magbanois act as the middleman? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years, since the murder. And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year.
That's crazy.
Catherine McBanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on he's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy so they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April of 2016. To walk up to the defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me that won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder. And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf, to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper, because she knew exactly what it was about. Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next. Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? And as suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, it's so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5. The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder, where the TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork. And law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magbanwa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them.
Why didn't they just...
And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markell? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Katie, Catherine Magbanwa, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magbanua. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed. So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder. Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Magbanua about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's two ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. And we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives Magbanua very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give Magbanua the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed, and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Magbanua then asks Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice.
Well, that said, I hope that the Garcia children are taken care of, because it's my understanding that the mom and the father are incarcerated. There's no telling who those kids are with right now.
After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting Magbanua to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, he gives her they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. Magbanua then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera, and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested.
What's up, Ben?
And they're charged with the...
Hey, Benji, I'm just capping off my time off. I sent you an email. I think that was on Sunday. I don't know if you got it or not, but you're aware I was not live last week. So I figured I'd come live today while I'm doing some research. It doesn't take much of me to do research because I'm just reading through case law. And yeah, pretty much this is like the tail end of my vacation, really. I don't get another vacation again until like next year. I probably have a day off on Thanksgiving. And next, I think Monday's a holiday. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to. Anyways, how are you doing? How has your week been? And, you know, we are watching the trial of Donna Adelson. She is the matriarch of the Adelson family. The allegations are that she orchestrated the murder of her ex-son-in-law in order to enable her daughter and the grandkids to move to Miami. The daughter divorced the ex-husband, but as a part of, or as a result of that divorce, she was not able to relocate the children to South Florida. So a solution for them was to off the ex-husband. 4 people have been convicted so far. Two of the gunmen or hired hitmen, and then the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, and his girlfriend, who also dated one of the hitmen. It's a lot of connections. But that is what we are watching today.
Same charges before y'all on this trial.
Oh,
Luis Rivera, who was the second.
Right, Benji. So a court is in recess right now. They'll be back in like 10 minutes or so. I was just catching up on opening statements because I could not watch this on Friday. I don't know what I was doing on Friday. Probably parenting or something. But yeah, I'm just trying to catch up in the meantime.
Person in that Prius cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Luis Rivera, and sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera, and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all on this trial. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement.
There's always somebody that's going to. Somebody always talks
the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it.
Mm-hmm.
He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that Magbanua was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Yeah. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia told her that the job was done and Magbanua assured them they would get their money the next day, which they did. That Magbanua brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from Magbanua the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $100 bills that were then stapled together. And after
each stack was stapled.
I guess that was the main purpose of June's testimony. June, was it the second witness for the day or the third? I don't remember. Yeah, because June testified as to the manner in which Charlie kept his money. For the most part, though, a lot of, I guess, I'm not going to criticize the prosecution. Let's move on.
Together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanois was arrested, and that was in October of 2016.
Wait, what?
During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson, and after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, Magbanois was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because their family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks, and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of Magbanois in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continued, though, to gather evidence. They continued to interview trial. Law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continued, though, to gather evidence. They continued to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine Magbanois' case went to trial, and she was convicted. During Magbanois' trial, Catherine Magbanois took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine Magbanois. That Catherine Magbanois was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of a set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, Magbanois finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel and admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. Magbanois testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said
Did she get a reduced sentence?
That Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her.
That's a little problematic for me here, because a lot of this testimony points the finger at Charlie Adelson and not directly at Donna. That's my issue with the prosecution's case.
Magbanois said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. Magbanois agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there. Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. Magbanois then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, And the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. Meg Benoit says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards. When Catherine Meg Benoit said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that Meg Benoit, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones.
What would it benefit the other three that have no connection to the decedent to actually commit this crime? Come on now.
Crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with Meg Benoit to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023. And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not be extradited from in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder. The defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport.
In Chicago, wasn't there a young lady? She was a teenager at the time. I think that was Vietnam. Was it another country in Asia? No, I think that was Vietnam. A young lady a few years ago, definitely over a decade ago, from a prominent family. I remember her parents being millionaires. I don't remember her name. She went to some country with her mother. She later on invited her boyfriend. I believe she was pregnant at the time. Mother did not approve. Daughter, boyfriend murdered the mother. She was convicted, gave birth while she was incarcerated, left, or at least at the end of her term, she must have been sentenced to like 10 years or something. Left, got back to Chicago, and then she was arrested there again. I don't know. I don't remember. I kind of have a vague memory of what she looked like. I don't remember the rest of the details. I believe her mom must have been Caucasian. I think she was biracial or something along those lines.
Where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam.
I think that was
and she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel. After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial. They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine Magbanua told them a completely different story about the crime than the one that she would be testifying to. One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination and trial
Get back.
that Donna Adelson.
How much more do we have of this? Okay, this is almost done, I think. Yeah, let's get through the prosecution and then we're going to head back to the live feed.
Herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial. Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine Magbanua, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, briefly approach.
Not a fan of the prosecution's opening statement, but it's also not evidence, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Let's see. Are they back? There we go.
Do we have our jurors, or are we still collecting them? Go ahead.
I still want to get through the defense opening sometimes.
Shortly after we began the lunch break, I received a new PowerPoint from Sergeant Corbett. I forwarded it to my experts for them to review to see what the changes are. Ms. Dugan just advised me what some of them are. I need to email the expert to see if it changes anything. I don't yet know what my expert's going to say. They're trying to review it right now.
Ms. Dugan, concerning this change in the PowerPoint, this is the demonstrative or what the state is seeking to admit?
This is both. And I advise defense that my understanding is the only change being that Sergeant Corbett, there was one slide that changed, and I think it changed in defense favor, but I need to double check that. And then the rest is just some slides we took out that I didn't feel like we needed. But he has a copy of the presentation we sent in May and this one. And it's also my understanding the defense has several objections to some of the communication in the PowerPoint that they've had since May. And so we may need to speak to the court before Sergeant Corbett testifies.
All right, concerning this exhibit, and at this point, I'm going to refer the parties back to the scheduling order, specifically the portion of the order that dealt with if things are not timely raised, they can be deemed as waived.
Right.
Are these matters going to any constitutional issue of evidence that were obtained in violation of the defendant's rights?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
As the violation, or as these matters would not be constitutional in nature, why should they be heard now if they were not previously raised, the deadline that was given in the prior scheduling orders?
Do you have an answer?
Judge, the only explanation I have for not having raised this previously is the amount of information that we were provided beginning in April.
And several continuances were granted to accommodate you on that basis.
There was one trial continuance, yes, Your Honor.
And multiple, I believe, deadlines were extended as well,
That's
at
correct.
least 3 or 4 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
On that basis, why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
What?
Right. Why was this not raised?
Just didn't have time, Your Honor.
Right. What are you raising for the record?
I don't know how this applies to the new one. It's one of the reasons why I forwarded it immediately to my expert to see how it has changed. I don't know how the pagination has changed. So if we could have some time to review that, it might resolve some of what I'm objecting to. Some of the objections had to do with hearsay. I understand the court's ruling concerning allowing the state to prove up co-conspirator exception as we move through the trial, so that would probably apply to the vast majority of what the objections were. But if I could have a few moments to review this, please.
Ms. Dugan, as you stated, you may have a few moments. As you stated before, we're not talking about new information. This is just being packaged in a different way.
Correct, and all the communication that defense let me know that he is objecting to, which is essentially all the text message communication, all of that remains the same and has remained the same not only in what we sent him in May before the deadline, but I believe it was all the same as well in the presentation that was provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
Very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits specifically, there was the pretrial scheduling order. Also last Friday, I provided each party the opportunity to go through these items if they were still disputed. Neither side took me up on it. At this point, we're not going to be wasting time on exhibits that could have been objected to and ruled upon. Take your 10 minutes now.
What's going on? Where they found
Don't get
Provided to Ms. Adelson's previous attorneys before that trial.
very well. Deputy Phillips, if you can inform the jurors that we'll get started in about 10 minutes. I'll give you this opportunity, Mr. Zellman, to look at the document. But again, on these issues of exhibits, Friday, they were wasting.
So it's 10-minute break. There's not really much reaction from Donna. I don't see much from her. I don't exactly know what I expect to see. We're just waiting, I suppose. They're taking forever. Okay, so Benji said, so we're technically still on vacation. Uh, Not quite. I've gone back to work today, so Not quite. I just hate the fact that I only get 10 vacation days a year. That absolutely sucks, but I've made the most of it. I actually had a really good summer. I had a really, really good summer. That's not always been the case. I mean, I had a good summer because I've exceeded my vacation days. So I'm like on day 15 or something, but listen, I think I deserve I think I deserve a
Gentlemen, have you finished reviewing the
so that's why I
additions
took
to or the changes
technically.
to the exhibit that the state intends to offer through Sergeant Corbett?
Still trying to locate some of them, Your Honor.
Are you working tonight,
I've
Benji?
not yet heard back from my expert as to their review.
Who is cross-examining this whole?
I am, Your Honor.
Very well, and you continue your search while the examination of this whole is taking place. At this point, you need to move forward with resuming the trial.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Please bring in the jurors.
The judge is not playing. How many months do we have left? September, October, November, December. That's crazy. Four. And the year will be over.
Jury entering court.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, I hope you had a restful midday break. At this point, we're going to continue with the state's case. Ms. Dugan, you may call the state's next witness.
Hear that. I have a Okay, Benji said that it's going to be in the afternoon today. I'll be giving out Damn, that's not late. That's what, 3? What's our time
You
difference?
swear
3,
or
4
affirm the
hours?
testimony you're about to offer will be the truth.
It will.
You may take your seat.
Well, be safe out there.
Speak loudly and
You
clearly. You can
go.
adjust the microphone if you need to.
What's her name?
Good afternoon. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, my name is Mary Hull, Maryhull,
Where do you currently work?
the Executive Office of the Governor in the Chief Inspector General's office,
And where did you work when you first became involved in this case?
the Department of Financial Services in the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what was your role there and in your current job?
Currently, I'm an auditor. In the position in DFS, I was a financial investigator.
All right. And were you a financial investigator with DFS back in the summer of 2016?
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
As a financial investigator there, did you investigate economic crimes?
We did. It was a criminal investigative unit for the state of Florida.
And how long did you work in investigations there?
Investigations there 7 years.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and your experience in order to be a financial investigator?
I hold a bachelor's
Sorry, I have a
science
frog in
degree
my
in
mouth.
finance from Florida State University. I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have 22 years of financial analysis, auditing, and financial investigative work for both the state of Florida and the United States Attorney's Office.
And has much of that 20 years been doing white collar crime investigations?
10 years I did white collar crime investigations to include money laundering, contract fraud, identity theft, and embezzlement.
Okay, and were these like multi-agency financial investigations for both state courts and federal?
There were several that were multi-agency investigations. I did both state and federal at the same time. but I also worked at the United States Attorney's Office for 3 years, and we did all criminal economic crime there.
And what's your specific area of expertise? Is it forensic accounting?
Yes, I do forensic accounting, which is a very detailed analysis of financial records to be used in court.
You mentioned that you're a certified fraud examiner. What does that mean?
You have to take special training to actually be certified to do financial crime.
And are you in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners?
I am.
While a financial investigator, did you also receive in-service training?
I did. As a criminal investigator, additional training in search and seizure requirements, the handling of evidence, the chain of custody protocol, as well as witness interviewing techniques.
And have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
Expert.
About how many times?
21 times in court.
Okay, those are all my questions as to this witness's qualifications, Judge.
Defense wishes to retire the witness. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of, I believe this is for
Forensic accounting.
forensic accounting? Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to testify today in the area or provide an opinion in the field of forensic accounting while she testifies today. You may continue.
So you mentioned that you first became involved in this case when you were working for DFS back in 2016. What was your role? What was your responsibility?
So I looked at all of the bank records, specifically was my first look at the records to analyze and detail everything that happened in those accounts.
Could you speak out in this hall and we're having problems here?
Right. I did all the financial analysis for the bank records, as well as I did some iCloud records and emails and other documents that would come through DHSMV records.
Okay, so did you look at a lot of different records in this case to see to see what the banking habits were, whether there was any spike in cash, and whether there was any link between the parties?
Yes.
I want to ask you about, first kind of go through several of the things you reviewed in this case, and then ask you questions about your review. Did you review States Exhibit 68, which is going to be the Adelson Institute's subpoena response?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in reference to Catherine Magbanwa's employment?
It was.
And were those records from September of 2014 to 2016?
That sounds correct.
May of 2016, in fact.
Sounds.
Okay. Did you also review States Exhibit 75, which is Dr. Rudner's records for a breast augmentation for Catherine Magbanwa?
I did.
Did you also review 76?
Yeah, so apparently one of the co-conspirators was paid in breast implants.
76,
Which
which is
I've actually never heard of that before, but
or dermatology
That's
records
right.
for possible Magbanwa employment from there.
Yes.
Okay, and are those records from July of 2015 to March of 2016?
Yes.
Moving on to Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. Did you review State 69, which is going to be the records for the Lexus acquired by Catherine Magbanwa, and 77, 78, 79, and 80, which are vehicle and motorcycle records for Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did.
Did you review bank accounts for the Adelson family?
I did.
Does that include accounts for Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
And I won't go through all those accounts, but did you review checking and savings accounts for them, personal and professional accounts for them, as well as investment accounts?
That's correct.
And how many total investment accounts did you review?
I believe there was 24 total investment accounts.
Okay, so a lot of different accounts you reviewed for each person in the family.
Yes.
Okay. And were several of those accounts that more than one family member was on at the time?
Yes.
Did you also review credit cards for the Adelson family, specifically states 111 and a portion of those records, 111A, which are Capital One and Amex records for Charlie Adelson.
I did.
Did you also review States 110, which is Adelson Institute bank records from Regions Bank?
I did.
Did you also review States Exhibit 106, which is going to be a checking and savings account for Luis Rivera from Chase Bank from 2014 to 2015?
Yes.
Did you also review
I guess the trial.
States 107, a Bank of America records from Garcia's account from 2015 to 2016?
Yes.
Did you also review State 74, which is employment records from Coastal Masonry for Sigfredo Garcia from 2009 to 2014?
Yes.
Did you also review States 108 A and B and 109 A and B, which are Bank of America accounts and JP Morgan Chase accounts, respectively, for Catherine Magbanwa from 2013 to 2017?
Yes.
Did you also review States 82, which are copies of 44 checks from Adelson Institute deposited into Magbanwa's bank account?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity before court today, so you didn't have to do it now, to review all of those records that we just talked about, just to assure yourself that they were the same as the one you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and did all of those records that you reviewed come with a certification attached to them, certifying them to be official records from each respective company or business?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I would enter into evidence States 68, 75, 76, 69, 77 through 80, 106, 107, 108 A and B, 109 A and B, 110, 74, and 82.
Any objection to the items being offered?
Real quick, Judge.
Go ahead. Student and clerk, need you to go through the item numbers one more time, please.
Sure. So we're going to have 69.
One moment. What does that sound? Once again, please turn the phones off or turn the sound off.
They're out there trying
I
to
don't expect
record.
to hear any phones in this courtroom. You may continue, Ms. Dugan.
68, 69, 74 through 81, 82. I'm sorry, let's hold off on 81. So 74 through 80, 82, 106 through 111A.
Fulford, does the defense have an objection to these items being admitted?
I got out of number order. Can you see me one more second?
What's going on with the defense?
No objection, Judge.
The item numbers are admitted as previously stated with the exception of States 81. You may continue.
Thank you. Did you also review, you mentioned iClouds as far as written communications, whether that be emails or text messages between the parties to determine the financial relationship between them or whether there are any money or gift transfers between them?
I did.
Okay, and did you also review those items to determine how the Adelson family received or kept
So what did you find?
cash?
Yes.
Taking too long.
all of the records that we talked about this today so far, is the amount of data in all of those records pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you going to be relying on a summary of all of the records that you've reviewed today for your testimony?
I am.
Okay, and did you review before court today? This notebook states 81, which is a summary of your findings from all the records that you reviewed.
Yes.
And is it a true and accurate copy of a true and accurate copy of the results from your findings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. At this time, Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 81 into evidence as a summary.
Any objection?
If I can just look over.
Go ahead. States 81 is admitted at this time.
Thank you. And just for the record, that's going to be a composite exhibit. Now, in this composite States 81, for each of the graphs that we see that were created, after each graph, is there also information from the accounts kind of showing your work of
Yes.
how you made those findings?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a PowerPoint that's been created showing the graphs in the case that report your results?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'd ask for permission to use a demonstrative in this case, which is going to be a demonstrative of parts of the records and the witness's graphs in this case.
You may proceed.
Okay. Now, the graphs that we see, we're not going to see portions of the records in the notebook on the PowerPoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. But those portions are in the notebook. If the jury wants to review them in the jury room, they're there for each graph.
Yes.
Which is what I'm saying is the portion that's kind of showing your work for each graph.
Correct.
Okay.
They're taking forever.
All right, so you mentioned that one of the set of records that you looked at was Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle records for some of these subjects. Did you review the Department of Highway Safety Motor Vehicle records for Luis Rivera?
I did.
Hey, what you find?
And what, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
He purchased a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th, 2014, and a 1996 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014.
And here are these pictures from the social media records in this case of Luis Rivera and Garcia on motorcycles.
Yes, it is.
And the one that Rivera's on is on a yellow motorcycle.
Yes.
Looking at Luis Rivera's bank accounts in this case, the Chase bank account from May 2014 to November of 2015, were his checks from his workplace direct deposited into that account?
They were.
About how much was direct deposited every week?
Every week was about $500 or $600.
And where were his paychecks coming from?
Coastal Masonry.
So he had a steady job at Coastal Masonry throughout the time that you reviewed his bank records for in 2014 and 2015?
Yes.
What did you learn about how his banking patterns or banking habits changed following the murder of Dan Markel?
Yeah, he had a very interesting banking pattern. All his bank checks were deposited into his account, then he would go by and withdraw virtually all of it. And he had certain preset auto drafts that would come in, and then they would bounce because there wasn't any money in the account. So He had a lot of overdraft charges.
I don't know that that's unusual, but because you're making $500 a week.
And how did that change after the murder of Dan Markell?
Right after the murder, he all of a sudden left the money in the account and then nothing overdrafted for about 4 months.
When was his last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markell?
It was 7/15/2014.
And and you said it was about 4 months then that his old habits of,
Yeah, the next overdraft didn't happen until November 1st of 2014.
and what do we see here?
So this is a visual depiction of his bank account showing the overdrafts, the red bars are the overdraft amounts that happens, the number on the specific days. And then you can see that big wide span in the middle where there's no red bars. And then it picks back up in the first part of November. I will add that even though it's not on this chart, that the car and the motorcycle was purchased in that section where there were no overdrafts.
So in the same section where there's no overdraft, he's also acquiring those vehicles, and he doesn't have any overdrafts from the time of the murder until about 4 months later.
That's correct.
And could that be indicative of him having another source of cash during that time?
Yes.
All right, moving on to Sigfredo Garcia. Tell us what you saw when you looked at the DHS&B records for Garcia.
Yes, he purchased a 1997 Honda Racer on July 26, 2014, a 1984 Monte Carlo on August 22nd, 2014, and a Nissan Maxima on October 17th, 2014.
Okay, so we didn't find a picture of the Maxima, but that's kind of how a Maxima of that style would look here.
Yes, it was a sedan.
Okay, and then the Monte Carlo is on the Tuto Dade account here.
Yes, that's correct, in blue.
Okay, and then we see his yellow motorcycle all the way to the right of the screen.
Yes,
And so those were all purchased within 3 months of the murder.
that's correct.
And can you tell us about Garcia's bank accounts?
There was not a bank account located during the time or shortly after the murder. He did have one, let's see, from June 15th to July 16th.
Okay, so from June of 2015 to July 2016, he established a bank account and maintained it.
Yes,
All right, and during that time, was he having paychecks being direct deposited into that account?
yes.
From what company?
He was employed at Rapid Capital Funding at that time.
Okay. But before of June 2015, there were no bank records that we could find to review for Garcia.
There was no account located for him.
All right. And did he work regularly in 2014 around the time of the murder?
Actually, his employment record, at least with Coastal Masonry, was very sporadic. He worked 2 months from February of 9 to December of 2009. In April 2010 to July 2010, he worked 3 months. October from 2000.
All right, so the discussions on the Core TV subreddit are whether folks think that Wendy Adelson is next. Here's how it goes. Anyone else think Wendy's going down? If the ex-boyfriend was honest, then she's toast. It almost feels like Donna isn't the one on trial here. And that's what I've said. The testimony that I've heard today does not really feel, at least the witnesses are not directly pointing at Donna. They're pointing at Wendy and Charlie. Folks said that they found Jeff to be very credible. Poor guy caught in the middle of the twisted ass plot. I still don't understand why he stuck around. Somebody hopes that Wendy is next. She's guilty as the rest of them. Harvey too. That's what they're saying. Wendy's supposed to be next. Whether the prosecution wins or loses here, she absolutely knows it. Another person says the problem is the use immunity. Without Wendy's testimony, I don't know how much the state has directly tying Wendy to the murder in a way that can overcome reasonable doubt. I don't know what they're saying. It was be a very circumstantial, I don't know, typo or something. And one that may be extremely difficult to prove without a direct co-conspirator, without knowledge of Wendy's involvement testifying against her. That would be Charlie, Donna, maybe Harvey. No one else directly talked to Wendy about the conspiracy that I'm aware of. If they prove Wendy lied, then the immunity is null and void. I'd love to, some people want to see Wendy go down. I don't know why, but that's how they feel.
12 to August of 2013, he worked 10
That's
months.
how they feel.
In April of 14, he worked 1 month.
Okay, and we have no record of him being employed at the time of the murder.
No.
So both Luis Garcia and Luis Rivera and Garcia both work for Coastal Masonry. Rivera's job was consistent and steady, and Garcia's was more sporadic.
Correct.
All right. For Catherine Magbanwa, did she already own a car according to the DHS&V records at the time of the murder?
She did.
And what type of car was that?
That was one second.
Here, I might be able to show you something to help move it along.
Sorry.
If you're having trouble finding it.
Yeah.
Did you, when you're reviewing the messages in this case, did you find some evidence that Charlie Adelson helped her financially with the car that she had in 2014?
Yes.
Okay, and was that car in these messages? Did they refer to this car as her needing to get it fixed? The parts alone are expensive, and she's asking, "I need a loan, buddy." Frowny face.
That's correct.
Okay, and does she say, just imagine if I took it to another mechanic?
Yes.
All right. Did Charlie Adelson in the messages have a mechanic that was a friend of his that he would refer people, especially Catherine Magbanwa, to?
He did.
And was that person named Sully?
Yes, it was.
And does Charlie Adelson then respond, "LOL, you'll be fine, I got you. I just texted Sully my CC."
That's correct.
And she says, "Stop paying for S word." She misspells it on your card.
Yes.
And this was in November of 2014?
How do you know
It
that's
is.
misspelling?
Okay. So he's offering to give her the loan she wants and is texting Sully what appears to be his credit card number.
That's correct.
Dang, that's crazy.
All right.
That's a lot of
In
trust.
May of 2015, are they still discussing her car repairs?
Yes, they are.
Trust.
It says it's a must.
Okay. So in this one, she needs her time. He says you need your belt changed. Just bring it to Mazda. And does he offer to take care of it for her?
Yes.
And she's saying yes, she needs to take it ASAP.
Yes.
And what do we see here in November of 2015?
This is a text message exchange about him paying for the repairs for that car.
Okay. And in this exchange, Charlie Adelson is continuing to offer to put these repairs on his credit card.
Yes.
And this is Charlie Adelson words in blue and Catherine Magbanwa's words in green.
That's correct.
And at the end of that conversation, does Catherine Magbanwa let Charlie Adelson know how much the repairs ended up being?
Yes.
And what was the amount?
$1,650.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on the next page. I think you are correct at the bottom of that.
That's what he authorized to put on his card, but the actual payment was for $1,620.77.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the bottom of this exchange, Catherine Magbanwa estimates, she says, just put 1630, and Charlie Adelson offers, how about I put 1650?
Yes.
So he offers,
A lot of
I'll even pay $30 more.
among
Yes.
them.
And then she says it came out to 1620. She says, thanks again, I'll pay you back. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you looked at Charlie Adelson's Amex, what did you find?
I found the payment to Mazda for the $1,620.77.
At the end of 2015,
I'll be right
after all these repairs and Charlie Adelson offering to help her financially with these repairs, at the end of 2015, does it appear that Catherine Magbanwa got a different car?
She did.
And what's the first indication of that?
There was the title. We looked up for the GHSMV records and saw where it was purchased.
Okay. Were there also messages where they discuss basically her having the Lexus now? Charlie Adelson needs to cancel his insurance on the Lexus.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you go through what we see here?
This is where he's discussing on December 14, 2015, that he's canceling the Lexus insurance. And she said she would get to it. She has a kid, she would do it later. And then he says, I just paid for it.
Okay. And in these messages, when he says he's going to cancel the Lexus insurance today on December 14th of 2015, does he say, just spoke to my mom, she's paying the insurance now, just please go this Saturday, smiley face?
Yes.
And that's when she's saying, I'll do it, I've got my kids.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
does Charlie Adelson then say, just paid it, they'll prorate it back to us, just go Saturday, don't rush today? And she's saying, I'll take care of it, don't worry.
Yes.
Does he say, already paid it 5 minutes ago, just chill, you are still the best?
That's correct.
You mentioned the DHSMV records in this case. What do we see here?
This is showing that the title transfer between Harvey and Catherine.
And what date did this take place?
This says
Let me see if I can zoom in a little.
January 23rd, 2016. It's on the right-hand side.
Right here.
Yes, January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And what type of vehicle was that?
That was a Lexus,
2001 Lexus?
black four-door. That's correct.
And the previous owner is listed as Harvey Jerome Adelson?
Yes.
How much did this DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Magbanwa for?
$1,700.
And that's there on the right side of the screen?
Yes.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Catherine Magbanwa to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No.
Did you search all her accounts?
Yes.
Was there any check, or maybe she just withdrew that amount of cash? Was there any cash withdrawal for that amount?
Nothing that correlated.
Were you able to find any deposit into, if she, let's say she already had that cash at home, any deposit into the Adelson's account for that amount?
No.
Was there, in a little while, we'll see that she was receiving money from Adelson Institute, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any drop in the money she was receiving from Adelson Institute in that time to account for maybe this was just taken out of her salary?
No.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
No.
Do you have to put a sales price or list it as a gift on the title transfer?
That's correct.
If you say it's a sale on the title transfer, are you taxed?
Yes.
Is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
Yes, it makes the registration fees less.
And who decides what number goes on the title?
Normally, it's usually the seller that's supposed to put that on there, but all the transactions I've ever heard of, they just leave it blank and let the buyer put in the amount.
So just the person who's submitting it to the tax office so they can later get their car insured.
That's correct.
So if I sell a car to you for 3,000, but we agree to put 300 on the title transfer, we would pay less taxes on it.
Yes.
Looking at other written communications between Charlie Adelson and Catherine McVanois, did it appear that Charlie Adelson provided other financial assistance or gifts to Catherine McVanois?
Yes.
I was trying to go to the next slide, but I think I got to zoom out first. What do we see here in Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
So this is a purchase of airline tickets for Catherine McVanois on March 6, 2015 for a flight to Santo Domingo, and that was $970.74.
And the passenger name is there at the bottom, Catherine McVanois.
Yes.
Okay, other than these $970 worth of airline tickets to Santo Domingo, were there other evidence of financial assistance or gifts?
Yes, there was.
Looking here on October 19th of 2015.
This is a set of text messages from Catherine, between Catherine and Charlie, that she's asking for, she wants to take her kids. I'm sorry. You don't have to look up with plane tickets. I want to leave for Thanksgiving. I want to take my mom. It's her 60th on November 9th. And then he's discussing cruise options. She wants to take a trip with her mom.
Okay, so she wants to leave for Thanksgiving. She wants to take her mom too. It's her 60th birthday. And at the bottom, he asks, where do you want to take your mom?
Correct. This is a continuation of the text messages where she says she wants to do something nice for her mom, and she may have days off on Thanksgiving.
Does she offer the fact that maybe I'll rent an RV and drive cross country?
She does.
And then what does Charlie Adelson offer to do about halfway down this page?
To get her a cruise for her and her mom.
And she agrees. I was thinking about a cruise too.
Yes.
And then he discusses, perfect, they have really nice ones. Y'all can leave on a Friday, go to 2 ports, come back on a Monday morning, and you won't miss work.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is in October of 2015.
Yes.
And then does he continue to offer in that text messages, I think it would be super cool for you to go with just you and your mom from Friday to Monday on a Norwegian cruise. It leaves Friday at 4, comes back Monday at 7. Does that work for you? Let's look at dates. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So in that exchange, McVanois mentioned something she might want to do. Charlie Adelson is the one offering this.
Yes.
In this message from May of 2015 is Catherine McVanois saying she has a lot of things to pay for. She needs a little help because of her kids' tuition and stuff, and she had to stop her weekend job. She says, I hate asking.
That's right.
And he says, I will lend you whatever you need.
I know. I kind of want to get past this forensic stuff.
That's correct.
And then shortly after this text message exchange on May 20th, what do we see in the bank records?
We see an ATM cash deposit for $1,400 into Catherine McVanois' account.
And was that a large amount of cash for her to deposit for her?
Yes.
These are some of the bigger items, but was there also, he would give her teeth whitening, he would give her, pay for meal plans for her, offer her rides in fancy cars, or her ability to
Eating.
lend or borrow fancy cars from
Connection.
him throughout these years?
Yes, he had a lot of supportive activity of her.
Looking at these records from Dr. Rudner's office, did Catherine McBanois have a breast augmentation surgery in October of 2014?
She did.
And looking at this record here, how much was that breast augmentation surgery?
The total credit was $4,608.
Looking at the records, how was that paid? Oh, I'm sorry, let me go back. How was that paid? Was it paid by cash or credit card or both?
$4,400 was in cash, and then the $195 was on her credit card or debit card.
So what was the portion of that breast augmentation surgery that was paid in cash?
96%.
Are there corresponding withdrawals of cash from any of Catherine McBanois' accounts to
No.
reach $4,400?
No.
Or even $4,000?
No.
Around that time or before that time?
No.
Did you actually add up all her cash withdrawals from January 2014 to October of 2014, and they only totaled a little over $2,000?
That's correct.
And what date was her surgery?
Surgery was it's like it was July. It was October
Of 2014?
2014. October 18th, 2014.
Okay. All right, now I want to focus on McBanois' bank records. Based on the bank records and employment records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where Catherine McBanois may have worked or what business she received income from her bank records?
I did.
And what do we see here? Can you walk us through this?
So from the summary of the bank records, I was able to show through her deposits, her checks or employment that she had. So this is a schedule of the bank records from 2013 to 2016, showing her employment deposits.
And at the bottom here, do we see the name of each business that she received income from and the dates that she received income from those businesses?
Yes.
All right. Quintana Lopez, we see her at the bottom. Was she a realtor?
She was.
And we see another name, Jerome R. Obed. Was he a dermatologist who was a friend and former roommate of Charlie Adelson?
He is or was.
Okay. And when, according to this, when did she work for Adelson Institute?
The first deposit that hit her account was October 7th, 2014, and the last one was May of 17 of 2016.
Okay. And that's when she received checks from Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
I missed all of that. I want to
What do we
skip.
have here?
So this
Yeah,
shows
this is not going to work for me. Let's skip to 4 days ago. I want to focus on the testimony. I think it was this, right? I want to get into the testimony of. We still did not get through the defense opening. How long are they going to take? Okay, it's not too long. We can get through defense opening. I want to get to, I think it was, what's his name? One of the hitmen testified. That's the testimony I really want to listen to. Can we get to defense opening?
To give its opening statement at this time.
yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Your Honor, counsel.
Good morning. My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter's going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but
Maybe you should.
for an hour you heard about this killing. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. You heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markell. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single piece of evidence was discussed that shows that Donna Adelson planned this, hired anybody to do this, or intended that this happen. And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happen. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know it's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here. Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markell. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated. He had 2 degrees, I think, from Harvard, one of them from law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues.
Talk about your client now.
He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very, very intelligent man. And I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. His career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendy Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markell, Dr. Markell, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I don't mean any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markell than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him. A 3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
It's taking forever on that patient.
When the divorce first happened, when Wendy moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012.
But she did.
And they squabbled during the divorce. They did. Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not everybody does. And a lot of things were said.
She's been divorced.
But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed. And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation The opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that. The court denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendy and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too. What in the world is that? Sorry. He continuously, from the time Wendy moved out till the time that he was killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children.
Eat your food,
He
Dana.
loved being with them. If it wasn't his time to have the children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there. He wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he could. You guys are way younger than me, so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down, they're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. And he didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us.
Okay, what does that mean?
At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son.
Okay.
Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out. At 7:30 every morning,
Let's look that up.
she was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody could know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be.
Okay.
She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about.
Wait, what did you say?
The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about.
Like this. Not from a defense attorney. Okay, but
Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Clearly. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours.
but it was 14.
In my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough into the next day. So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis.
I don't like the defense opening at all because, again, the Rivera Garcia have no true connection to the decedent, absent Charlie, Donna, and Katie. So I don't like this defense at all.
Rivera followed Danny all over town, started at his house, followed him to the school where the little children were going to school, the preschool where he dropped them off, watched him drop those kids off, followed him to the gym, waited outside the gym for him, followed him to his house, pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone, and he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him. Not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening, traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny, drove it up into the driveway less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. this guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that, everybody can see okay? They can prove that Katie Magbanawa, her name's Catherine, some people call her Katie, they can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny.
Yeah,
They can prove
to the
that she arranged these guys to do it, and that she's the one who paid them the money. The money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000, stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and have that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markell.
Okay.
That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
So what's the problem?
This case is really a lot about
Sounds
theory
like incomplete.
and motive and not evidence. The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened.
Okay.
Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous, what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is, without any evidence, only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's the matriarch mastermind behind Danny being killed. And they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you, all of it. Don't, for 1 second, I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markell's murder. That she engaged these men to kill him. And that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board, $3,000 a month. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother for reasons you're going to learn in the trial,
All right.
out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson. At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments.
Is that
And the
it?
judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive. For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it. She got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Ford.
so the defense theory, I don't know, it's a lot to work with, but this could potentially be a very good defense case. Because again, from the testimony that we heard today, and it's only day 3, so maybe the prosecution brings on more testimony. Based on the Tallahassee Democrat, they're saying that Rob Adelson's testimony was damning. Maybe we get into it here before the day's over. The defense does have something to work with. I did not like the prosecution's opening, did not like the defense opening. But let's get into. Let's see his David.
Gentlemen, if you could take down the easels at this time.
Who's the first witness? I really want to get into the hired gun. That's whose testimony I'm primarily.
Geiger, please raise your right hand to be sworn, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You may examine the direction.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is James Geiger, Geiger.
Sir, where do you live?
I live at 2122
I can't see.
Trespassing.
How long have you lived at that residence?
It's getting pretty close to 50 years now, I think 48 or 49.
All right. I want to take you back to July 18th of 2024. Now I've got an ad on me. Do you recall something unusual that happened that day? I'm sorry, I said 2024, 2014, sir. You know what case we're here about. Do you remember what happened on that date?
Yes, I do.
All right. Could you please tell our jurors how something unusual first got your attention?
It was a Friday morning, about 10:30. My wife and I were sitting in our living room looking out towards Trescott Drive out to the street. And as we were sitting there, we were doing something with our iPads, and we heard a noise, a popping, loud sound, bang sound. And we immediately got up and walked to the front. We have a big picture window. Walked up to see if we could determine what had happened and where it had come from. We weren't sure it was to the right or to the left. And,
all right, let me pause you right there and show you a couple photographs that I have as marked as states 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs,
Yes, I
sir?
do.
Are these fair and accurate photographs of your residence at that time, as well as the view from the window you've described?
Yes, it's true.
Judge, at this time, I ask to admit 1 through 3 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 1 through 3 are admitted.
The forensic analyst is still on the stand. More graphs, pie charts.
If you could publish states 1, please.
I'm not interested in.
All right, sir. So if you could just explain, give me that pointer, please. What we're looking at in this photo, and I've got a pointer here. If that's of any assistance to you, push the middle button, you get a red dot. You don't have to use it. Oh, if you are going to use it, though, use it on the big screen, please, sir. All right, so just describe what we're looking at in this photo, states 1.
This is taken from Trescott Drive. The house on the right is my house, and the house on the left was Danny's house.
Okay, and the bay window that you've described, is that what is pictured in this portion of the photo right here? Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's correct.
Publish states 2, please. Sir, is this the view from that window?
Yes,
All
this
right.
is what I saw as I looked out.
Okay, and the driveway that we can see there on the right side of the window, is that Dan Markell's driveway?
Yes, it is.
All right, so you described that something got your attention. Can we have states 3, please?
Well, as I mentioned, I wasn't sure where the noise had come from, and I looked to the left and to the right, and as I looked to the right, there was a car that was rapidly backing out of the driveway and immediately headed down in that direction towards Benton Road. It caught my attention because it seemed to be going so fast. And I noticed what it looked like, and that caught my attention, although quite frankly, it was out of the corner of my eye. It appeared to be a Prius, a light colored Prius, maybe silver or white.
Okay, so something got your attention. What was that?
Well, that was what got my attention. And then
Was the vehicle itself?
Excuse me?
Was the vehicle itself, or some noise preceded you seeing the vehicle?
Well, initially we had heard this loud noise, which we weren't exactly sure it was. It could have been a gunshot. We weren't sure. And then when I saw the car back out, that prompted me then to walk next door. There had been in the neighborhood a few break-ins, burglaries, and my first thought was that somebody was trying to break into the Markell house. And so I went out the front door and walked across over to Danny's house to see if anything had been damaged, maybe tried to be broken into the garage or something.
Yes, sir. When you looked out, you said you saw the car back out and then exit toward Benton Road. Would that be going this direction, to the right of the photograph, or toward the left of the photograph?
It would be towards the right.
So out this way. And you said you walked over there just to sort of look around, make sure everything was okay. What did you see?
As I approached his garage, I noticed that the garage door was open. His car was inside, and the motor was running. And so I thought then, well, I guess so much for a burglary. I don't think that's happened if Danny's there. So I turned around and walked back to my house.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I can't tell you why, but I just stood at my front window and looked out and waited for a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4, up to 5. And for some reason, it just didn't quite seem right. Danny hadn't backed out. And I thought, by this time he should have backed out of his driveway, and he didn't. And so I said to my wife, I think something just seems wrong. I'm going to walk back over. And so I did that.
All right. And what did you see when you got over there?
Excuse me?
What did you see when you got over there the second time?
Well, when I went back the second time, I noticed that the garage door was still up, the car was still running. And this time I thought, maybe I better walk on into the garage. He's probably in the driver's seat. He's probably on the cell phone talking, but I just wanted to make sure everything was okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
so I walked into the actual driveway then, and I saw that the window, the driver's side window, had been shattered, and I stepped on glass at that same time. As I looked inside, I saw a bloody head, and the head was slowly moving back and forth, rolling back and forth, left to right. And I hollered immediately, "Danny, what happened?" And I didn't get any response other than the head rolling. And so I hollered again, "Danny, what's happened?" Still nothing. And at that point, I knew that I had to get the emergency medical team there as quickly as I could. I reached into my pocket to pull out my cell phone, which is where I normally keep it. And it wasn't there. And I thought, gee, I've left it back on the couch at the house. So I quickly dashed back to the house, got the phone, and called 911.
How many minutes do you estimate elapsed between the time you saw the Prius backing out, or really I should say the time you heard the loud bang, to the time that you were able to reach 911?
Less than 10 minutes, more than 5 minutes, somewhere in there, I would say.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibits 4, and then I also have 6 and 7. This is number 4, and I'll draw your attention to some initials on number 4, and then also 6 and 7.
Mhm.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 6 and 7.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish State 6, please.
You may.
Sir, is this how the vehicle was positioned when you went over there and found Mr. Markel so badly injured?
Yes, that looks correct.
Publish State 7, please. Was the doors to the vehicle are open in this photograph? Were they open or closed when you went over?
No, they were all closed.
Okay, closed, and the only window that was damaged was that the driver's side window?
That's the only one I saw. That's if there were some others, I didn't look at any other windows. I just simply saw the driver's side that was completely shattered.
All right, yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 4, is this consistent with the type of vehicle that you observed in the driveway backing out that day?
Yes, it was, although I didn't quite see that angle.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 4.
Objection to States 4.
No objection.
Admitted at this time.
All right, and you described it as a light-colored Prius. You weren't exactly sure of the color, maybe white, maybe silver, right?
Yeah, silver came to mind first, I guess, but certainly a light-colored vehicle.
Yes, he's going to say this.
I'm going to approach and show you State's Exhibit 5. Recognize States 5?
Yes,
Is that Mr. Markel?
yes, it is.
May I introduce States 5, Your Honor?
States 5 is admitted.
Publishing States 5. What did you know about Mr. Markel?
Well, this occurred in 2014, and Danny and Wendy were newlyweds and had moved in about 5 years earlier than that. They moved next door. We were not particularly close to either one. We would see them occasionally out on the street. The memorable thing, and the other neighbors would tell you, is that when they first moved in, they had a housewarming event and they invited all the neighbors in, and we attended it. That was our first time to see them and visit them. They seemed like a nice young couple, and but after that, we weren't particularly close.
Did they have a couple little children living there?
Well, when they first moved there, they didn't, but after a year or two, they had a first child and then later a second child.
All right. And at the time that Mr. Markel was shot, had his wife, Wendy, moved out? Had they separated?
Yeah, we had understood that they were going through a divorce, and Wendy had left. And after that, we rarely saw Danny. And I don't think we ever saw the kids either, but
Were you familiar with Mr. Markel's profession?
yes, I knew that he was an attorney. Both of them were, and they were connected with the FSU Law School, I believe,
Okay.
but I didn't know their exact positions there.
Yes, sir. Publish 4 again, please. Are you able to tell the jurors anything about the occupants of this vehicle on that day?
No, I only saw it just briefly, and to notice what kind of car it was. I couldn't tell you who was inside. The windows were dark as far as I could see. I didn't even know if it was 2-door or 4-door. I just didn't see anything like that.
During the time that you were present at the scene of the shooting, did Mr. Markel ever regain consciousness or ever say anything that you heard?
No, I never heard him say anything. The only notion was that his head kept rolling back and forth during the 911 call, which it took forever to try to get the emergency vehicle there, the emergency medical team. They would occasionally ask if he was still breathing. And I would walk back up into the garage and his head was moving still. And I said, well, his head's moving. So I assume he's still breathing.
Yes, sir. Have you had an opportunity to review that recorded call that you made to 911 that day?
Yes, I have.
All right. And was it a fair and accurate recording of that call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 88.
An objection.
No objection.
States 88 is admitted.
May I publish?
Go ahead.
What's your emergency? It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive.
Can barely hear that.
Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Trescott Drive.
What was the point of?
Okay, the phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 8502.
I mean, you already.
Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up. And I thought the gentleman was backing out, and I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's battered, and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what. I don't know. And it was at this location, correct? Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door. Okay. He didn't send an ambulance in early. He didn't. He's still alive. He's moving. Okay. What's going on with it? I don't know. The driver's side window was all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running. And he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 211-21.
All right, that's the first few minutes of a 14-minute call. Is that how long it took them to get somebody to you?
Seemed to me a lot longer.
Seemed like 14 hours, didn't it?
Long time.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination from Mr. Geiger. You may step down, sir. Is he released
Do we get into Rivera?
from his approach?
Dude, get back. I forgot that I was trying to track the live proceedings. Got distracted.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, SIMS,
How are you? Go ahead.
retired sergeant from Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with Tallahassee Police Department?
Enforcement. I'm pretty sure he has, evidence the jury is interested in. I'm not interested in his
examination.
What's his name?
Publishing 25. And doctor, you should have a pointer. All right, explain what we're looking at in states 25.
As part of the examination, particularly in gunshot wounds, we like to know whether the bullets are still in the body or how badly they are broken up.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find. I believe this is from Friday. I want to get to the co-defendant's testimony. What am I missing here? Is this Jeff Lacoste from Wendy Adelson?
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we're given.
National exhibit to the test.
Please, sir.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. There we go.
Detective, as to any other witness, certainly permitted to do so.
Is there an objection to it right now being admitted? I mean,
Obviously, we like
State 60.
the presence of the jury on that. And
Come on. Get on the stand. This is testimony I'm interested in.
You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
so you're closer to that microphone.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
Everyone can be seated. Mr. Rivera, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
All right.
Do
We
you
have
swear or affirm the testimony?
Mr. Rivera. He was the first to break based on people are leaving the courtroom. What's going on? I guess they're breaking. Hold on. Let me tune in. Are they breaking?
We'll resume with the next witness at 2:25. There's Mrs. Adelson.
225.
Everyone can be seated.
Okay, court.
What you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, sir.
Take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly.
Yes, sir.
You may examine.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Luis Rivera, LuisRivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
You were born in Puerto Rico, though?
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony,
Yes, ma'am.
including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
Both. Well,
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
the state case.
What did you plead to in this case?
This case, guilty
Guilty to what?
to second-degree murder.
If you can speak up, Mr. Rivera, that'd be so.
Guilty to second-degree murder.
Thank you.
One moment, Mr. Rivera.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right, did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me?
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
What did the feds get you for that?
As part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
And even back then when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markell?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Dudo Garcia.
Is that Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
That's crazy.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Okay. Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It sounds credible so far. Doesn't sound like he's making anything up.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, IPs, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
These folks had too much going on. Because initially I was under the impression that Katie and Charlie, they were the main thing. And she just so happened to have kids with Garcia, but it sounds like Garcia and Katie were a thing and Charlie was just the side piece.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Benji said that the case sounds nuts. Yeah, it sounds, they had too much going on. Too much going on.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Not money.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
35.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
You get more.
No, I don't know. Can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think it was total would be like 100, something like that.
Okay, somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto Garcia,
How did he know?
Katie.
Did he have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with his picture on of his face and the address.
Picture of Dan Markel's face
Yes, ma'am.
and the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Exactly.
No, Your Honor.
States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phone.
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came for this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case twice.
So were you with Secreto Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the time, second time was when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection states 44. Objection. Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44 is admitted.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia,
And this?
Katie,
Okay.
Who's that?
my baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
What was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
Hold on, I need to get back to that picture.
At the time, your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What's her name?
Hold on.
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can't remember.
At the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
Did he say both? Hold on.
With both? Was at the time of the murder, was Katie with the dentist? Was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
That's crazy. The swingers.
Were you at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. Do you recognize that address?
That's my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here for that trip?
Well, we rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember. Been so
Okay.
long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius, so I never rented on the truck. On the car.
Okay. So Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you take the same route on both trips to get to Tallahassee?
I don't remember.
He said she.
Okay. And did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
Yeah, what did they
We drove by here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay. Were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
that's what I'm trying to figure out. What about that June trip caused them not to follow through, I guess, with the directives? Was it just a lack of opportunity, nerves? I don't know.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of 2014, did you and Garcia go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said you followed him. Do you remember where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to a daycare.
Okay. How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember, I wasn't gonna do nothing in front of no kids. But
He had the kids with him,
yeah, yes, he did.
but for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay. And when you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and finish the job?
Yeah.
All right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
We came back.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
Why is she allowed to leave though?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay in Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time?
Yeah, we stayed here for a night or two, I think.
Okay. Did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Who paid for it?
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
Nah, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I can remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
A 38?
That's a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
Well, we was driving and Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Right. Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Hold on, somebody else is on the stand. Let's see who is she.
SPOL.
Who are you?
Porter, please. My name is Clariza, Clariza,
Okay.
Spoltor, Spoltore.
Clarissa.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes.
Who should get married to?
Congratulations. Was your name before you got married Libretto?
Libretto.
Okay. All right. So
People
where do you
beginning
currently
now.
work? Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay.
Ah.
And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for.
Okay. Once we're done, we're gonna move on to Clarissa's testimony.
I don't remember.
Okay. But he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And did it disable the car?
It's the car started stopping little by little. It just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer here that y'all met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars? You or Garcia or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to
Markel.
leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo,
Where did he get the information?
from Katie,
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendy talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that
No.
phone call?
Here's what I said. Yeah, Wendy is looking suspect right now because I do not know whether Donna or even Charlie would have known about Dan's schedule without Wendy in the equation.
Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or he'd be gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendy, did you know who Wendy was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in Tallahassee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr. Markel?
Twice. Well, I pulled up right behind him. Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
Well, I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage, and his sitting down the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
So why'd you agree to the rest of this then?
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away
Thrown away where?
in the ocean somewhere.
All right, who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right, was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
We had to stop somewhere to eat. Then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna show you states exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43. So 38 through 43.
Yes, ma'am.
Are these images fair and accurate photos of you pulling through an ATM?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date, July 18th, 2014?
Show it to us. Yes, ma'am.
Pembroke Pines, is that on the way home from Tallahassee?
Yeah.
So that's you at the ATM. Are you the driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's that in the passenger seat?
Garcia.
Move to publish states, introduce states 38 through 43.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 38 through 43 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is that the vehicle you were driving the day the murder was done, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 39. Is that you at the ATM machine?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 40. Is this Mr. Garcia? Is he your passenger?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 41. He's the passenger that was jumping around when we saw the car in Tallahassee on the bus video?
Absolutely.
Do you remember when you turned your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you made your phone back on after the murder?
Not really.
Do you remember who was the first phone call that either of you made after the murder?
Garcia.
Who did Garcia call?
Katie.
And were you able to hear Katie on the other end of the line when he was talking to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you interested in that phone call?
Yes, ma'am.
Because she was going to be the one to get you the money, right?
Absolutely.
And was that phone call in reference to letting her know it's done and she's going to get the money?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you get the money?
Saturday morning.
Was that the next day?
The next day.
Do you remember that on that Saturday morning you got a call from Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
She was looking for you to give you the money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
What?
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Hold on. I thought he was married to Katie. No. What on earth?
Living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
Okay. So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
How many years does it cost?
All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it? Where'd you get it?
I was in a barber shop, and they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. Hey, I think my baby mama called me.
At least they gave him a
I
share.
think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in a barber shop, and
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house and brought the money.
All right, and do you know where Katie got the money from? Were you there when Katie got the money?
No,
But you knew that she was supposed to go get it,
absolutely.
and she did.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you get?
35.
Was there anything unusual about how your payment was packaged?
Yeah, it was weird. It was stapled.
Was it
seen that
cash
before.
money?
Cash. All
Okay,
hundreds.
stapled how? All hundreds.
All hundreds, $1,000 stapled.
Stapled into bundles of $1,000 each.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever seen stapled money before?
No.
Did you and Garcia buy anything with your cut of the money?
I just bought a motorcycle.
46 and 47. Objection. Moving to evidence 46 and 47, Your Honor.
No objection to defense.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 46. This yellow motorcycle, whose is that?
Garcia.
Is that something he bought with the money that was the proceeds of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what about this vehicle back here?
Yeah, he bought that one too.
He also bought that with his cut of the money?
Yeah.
And States Exhibit 47, what about this motorcycle right here?
That's mine.
Is that what you bought, or part of what you bought with your money?
Yes, ma'am.
How long after the murder did you guys make those purchases? Days, weeks, months?
Probably like a month.
Did you make any changes to your cell phone after the murder? Did you dump your cell phone?
I don't remember.
Did you meet with Investigator Newland from my office to see if you could recognize some voices on some recorded telephone calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Newland play some calls for you and have you initial on a sheet if you could identify the voice
Absolutely.
on the sheet on that call?
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 136. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 136. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these your initials here?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean you're verifying that the highlighted name, you know that person and that is their voice
Absolutely.
on the particular call that references?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 136.
Objection. States 136, Lindo.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
Yeah.
Overruled, and he has knowledge of his own actions and what he was thinking at the time. Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I went and robbed them myself.
Woo! Hold on. He said, my goodness, what on earth? He said he'd have gone out there to rob instead of, I suppose, killing somebody for $33,000.
What he was thinking at the time. Answer the question.
What would you have preferred to do to get the
That's
money?
not surprising. I suppose Katie had some affinity or loyalty to Charlie for her to actually not set him up, right? Because if she knows that she can hire her baby daddy or her husband, I don't even know, her husband, a side piece, a main piece, whatever. If she knew that she could hire Garcia and his childhood friend to do some dirty work, I don't understand why she, or maybe she just does not set people up and she follows rules. I don't know, but the whole thing, the trial's all over the place, or at least the underlying facts are all over the place.
I went and robbed them myself.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them?
So Benji, yeah, the dentist refers to Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson is Donna. The defendant on trial right now is Donna Adelson. She is the mother of Charlie Adelson. She's also the mother of Wendy Adelson. So Charlie Adelson is the direct connect to the hitman, okay? She's the one that was in a relationship with Garcia's friend, the lady that we don't know if she was married, baby mama, I don't know, whatever situation that is. So he's referred to as the dentist. He had his own private practice. His father, Harvey Adelson, is also a dentist. So these people had money. Part of the prosecution's opening, they pretty much laid a roadmap where Donna Adelson, the mother, the defendant on trial right now, offered the decedent $1 million in order for him to allow Wendy and the children to move to Miami. But obviously he didn't take the $1 million because he wanted to have his children, or maybe he just did not want the mother to take them to Miami, whichever it was. So if there's anything else you need me to clarify, let me know. But these folks had too much, they had too much going on. They had a lot going on.
Instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that.
What?
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way out to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I had mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
Why wouldn't it work? Yeah, I'm not highly.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Maybe they get caught sooner. Let's see what this. Let's see what they can elicit through this cross-examination. He's a little too honest for me. A little too honest. Let's see. I'm gonna have to move this. The live feed, I don't know. I think they are in recess right now. Come on, cross-examine. I need to go. I have things to do. I'm telling the lawyers. Somebody has to get up now. Get up and cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markell's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendy Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what the defense has to focus on. The defense has to focus on Wendy throughout. That's who they have to focus on. That's who's to benefit for the most part. But if we have to go by the rest of the family, they said Donna did whatever Donna wanted to do. So.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendants Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
I want to see
Yeah.
what it is.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
For this year.
You just hold on to that for a second.
Okay, somebody's entering the courtroom.
Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day taking your deposition,
Very soon after this, Katie's taking the stand. Katie is taking the stand against Donna. Okay, initially I thought maybe there's a defense, but Katie's taking the stand. So I don't know. This makes me wonder if Charlie's going to take the stand too. Katie's taking the stand. She's testifying against, I don't even want to call her ex-mother-in-law. Okay, after this, we're moving on to Katie.
Presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendants Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie Magbanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markell, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendy Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. You see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
That was good
Just one
cross.
moment, Your Honor.
I'll give you that. That was good cross. That was really good cross. But Katie's on the stand though.
Redirect examination.
Ooh, that was good. That was really good cross. The fans did not waste a lot of time, got straight to the point, got a point across, and she was done. I don't know that that saves Donna because Katie is on the stand.
No, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Rivera released or will he be recalled?
Cross.
Needs to remain under the rule, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Rivera, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone else. The bailiff will take you at this time.
That's good cross.
Parties can approach.
Okay, what else do they have? I think they're done.
This time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have.
What were folks saying? Apparently, Wendy's name is coming up a lot. The prosecution is playing this brilliantly. They used Charlie's trial to showcase Donna's involvement. And she got so scared she tried to leave the country. Now they're showcasing Wendy's involvement in Donna's trial, and the defense is helping. I do think Wendy is implicated for sure. Somebody said the judge is excellent. That's okay. I think people are saying, or at least this individual is saying that the judge is excellent because they're not supporting Donna Adelson. If it's a defendant that they're supporting, then they absolutely hate the judge. Okay. I was wondering where the sound was coming from. It's from my phone. I was like, what am I bugged? Okay, apparently judge is impressive. They love the neighbor. Let's go to the live stream. Let's go to today's live stream.
Throughout the whole situation.
Oh, where did we go? Nope. We're not doing Cardi B. Yep. Let's do here. We have Katie on the stand. Katie is in the house. All right, come on. Come on, Katie. We want to get to Clarissa. She worked for the Adelsons. So I'm interested in finding out. Okay.
You remain seated for right now. Please check if the jurors are ready.
And these kids eventually would have grown up. I mean, it's a little over a decade that the family would have to wait or whatever. But eventually, I don't know. I don't know why they did this. I don't know why they did this.
Jury entering courtroom.
We can do the show. Like, where are we gonna go?
Now, please remain standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
Yes.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Catherine Magbanua, Katherine
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you served?
Katherine
Ms. Magbanua, are you in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you serving a sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
Life
Life for what? Crime.
for the murder of Dan Markel.
Imprisonment.
And did you have a trial before you received that sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that trial, did you testify in your own defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that testimony, did you testify that essentially we had it right about everyone else, but you were in the dark, you weren't involved in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that true?
No, ma'am.
All right. And
Why is she testifying now?
you didn't have to testify in your own defense. You could have chosen to remain silent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified also in the trial in which Garcia was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing there. You
And she
testified-
testified against her husband or boyfriend. That's just crazy to me.
You did not tell the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why then come now with a different story?
Right.
I think that the truth needed to come out, and the people responsible needed to get arrested.
Yeah, she's not trying to go down by herself. She went down, Garcia went down, Rivera went down. So she wants the Adelsons to go down as well. She's not taking that fall.
Okay. Are you hoping to get something out of this?
I would eventually like to see my children again one day.
And are you hoping that something can be done for you even after being sentenced?
Benji said
Yes,
no.
ma'am, I'm hoping so.
Okay. Have you been promised
wild.
anything
No,
in
ma'am, I
exchange for your testimony?
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay. By me or by anyone?
No, ma'am, nobody.
Okay. Has anybody told you what you need to say here today?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody told you, well, you need to implicate a certain person?
No, ma'am.
Weren't you originally offered immunity in this case? To
Why
come
didn't you
forward
take
with the
it?
truth?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Why did you not take that?
Yeah, why didn't you take it?
Well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was
Wait,
he was
tried with
facing the death penalty. Tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was well, in the first trial, I was tried with Secretary Garcia, and he was
Okay, so the baby daddy was facing the death penalty. Okay.
was facing the death penalty, and I just couldn't do it.
Okay. That makes sense. I don't know though. I don't know. I'll take immunity.
Because
You guys down
the
the
truth would implicate your child's father.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the second time?
I've been living a lie this whole time, and it was just so hard to come out with the truth that I kept fighting.
Did anybody threaten you or harm?
Here's the crazy part. Katie, Garcia, Rivera, they got involved in a battle that had absolutely nothing to do with them. Nothing to do with them at all. Look, if the Adelsons wanted to get rid of their son-in-law and their brother-in-law, they should have done it themselves, okay? Now, these folks, they just got involved in something that had absolutely nothing to do with them.
Harm you to prevent you from coming forward with the truth?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever promised anything by anyone to, if you'll just remain silent, we'll pay for your kids' education or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in the death of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we have it right? Were you the middleman between the shooter and Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who solicited you to become involved in this?
Charlie.
Who was he to you at that time?
We were dating at that time.
When did you start dating Charlie Adelson?
How does Charlie involve somebody he's dating? Like, I don't know.
We started dating around 2013 when I was working for Sophie Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
No, ma'am.
Sophie
Dental.
Okay. Do you know what month?
Was she?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when did you stop dating him?
Never stopped.
Probably towards the beginning of 2015.
Okay.
Why?
Was there a period of time where it kind of wasn't clear whether you were still with Charlie or dating Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And Garcia is your child's father, right?
Yes.
And what's your history with him? How long were you together?
I've been with Secretary Garcia since I was about 18 years old.
So a lot of history there.
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say that you're on again, off again quite a few times throughout your history together.
Yes, ma'am.
And during one of those off times, is that when you started seeing Charlie Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then toward the end of Charlie Adelson, there was a little bit of overlap with the two men.
Overlap?
And that sort of
I don't know about that.
is in the middle of the time frame that we're talking about here today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Overlap?
When did Charlie Adelson first bring this idea up to you that I'm looking for someone to harm my brother-in-law?
Harm or kill?
This was around October. What stuck out in my head was on Halloween on October 31st.
Yeah.
And what year was that?
That was 2013.
Okay. And so on Halloween, what is your memory of what y'all were doing that night that you're able to remember that happened that night?
Drinking?
Well, we were out in Lincoln Road. It was like a kind of like a block party in Lincoln Road. And then when we were getting ready to get into our cars, he jumped into my car and he basically suggested that do I know anybody that can harm someone?
Okay. And were those the words he used, harm?
Yes.
I don't know. What about your baby daddy or your husband made you think that, oh, he's the right person for this job? Like, in all honesty, what about him made you say, oh, my husband, my baby daddy, my boyfriend, my side dude is the one to actually take a life?
And did you know somebody that could harm someone?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, Sigfredo was the first person that
Why?
popped in my head.
Okay, I want to approach and show
Why does he
you
have a history of killing
an
people?
exhibit. This states 36.
Fredo.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate photograph of you and Charlie Adelson when you all were dating?
Yes, ma'am.
Moving to evidence states 36, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 36 is admitted. You may.
Show it to me, prosecutor.
Where was this photograph taken?
That was down at the Keys.
When was it taken?
I believe that was his birthday.
Charlie's birthday?
Charlie's birthday.
In 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
When was his birthday?
October 27th, I believe.
And y'all drove down to the Keys?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been just a few days before he broached this subject of harming someone to you on Lincoln Road.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of him sending this photograph to his sister that night?
No,
Or
ma'am. I
that
was
day?
not.
Why would he think that you knew somebody that could
Yeah.
harm someone?
Why would Charlie think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I've spoken about Sigfredo, just kind of the situations that we were having, and
What situations?
So he knew a little bit about your ex's criminal history?
Anna,
I
does
might
he
have mentioned
of killing
something
people?
along the way. Yes.
What did Sigfredo Garcia know about Charlie Adelson?
At that time, I don't think he really knew of him yet.
At some time, did he become aware that you had started dating someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And there's one phone call in the phone records that we're going to hear more about with the next witness. It's from Sigfredo Garcia to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, 2014. Do you know anything about that phone call?
Yes, ma'am. There was a bit of an altercation between Charlie and Sigfredo, I believe.
Okay.
Prior to that, like a couple hours before that, where like he saw us leaving and then he kind of blocked off where I was like residing. Like we were already in the car, me and Charlie were, and he stopped and started screaming some stuff, but we didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay, so when you first started dating Charlie back sometime shortly before around Halloween of 2013 or October of 2013, is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Garcia didn't know about it.
I
But
believe
it's
he didn't know
okay,
anything about
but
it.
at some point he learned and was jealous, and there was a confrontation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how does that confrontation explain a phone call to Harvey Adelson?
I think he was trying to contact Charlie, and maybe
Get the phone
he
from.
somewhat probably Googled, tried to find, and that's the number that he had gotten, which was
Okay, maybe he was looking for Dr. Adelson or something like that?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. But to your knowledge, there's no connection between Garcia and any member of the Adelson family other than you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who is Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo Garcia's friend.
And how long have you known him?
For a number of years, over a decade probably.
Okay. Why did you agree when Charlie asked you to enlist somebody to harm someone? Why did you agree to do that?
Oh, at that time, Charlie knew that I was going through financial situations, so I guess he thought, hey, you can make some money.
You needed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Initially, I don't know. I'm trying to justify, not that I'm trying to justify, but I'm trying to understand some of the defendants' acts in this case, specifically Katie, Rivera, and Garcia. I don't know though, but $40,000 to take a lot, I don't know. I guess, but they do say desperate times call for desperate measures.
Garcia and Rivera, they were also motivated by money, right?
Of course.
Right.
Did Charlie Adelson tell you why he wanted to harm Dan Markel?
At that time, no, ma'am.
What did you learn about Dan Markel over the course of your relationship with Charlie Adelson?
Well, through the course, he was just mentioning that his parents were going through it, that his sister was going through it, that he basically painted a bad picture of Mr. Markel. And since he knew that I was going through stuff with Sigfredo, it was I was like sympathizing with his sister because I know how it feels to go through.
Okay, so you knew that his sister was having a terrible time with her ex.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had some things going on with Garcia that felt relatable.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it mean that his parents are going through it?
He just said that they couldn't sleep, that at some point I think somebody was throwing up. I don't know if it was his mom or his dad, and that it was just becoming a big problem to them.
Okay. And the big problem was Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever meet Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you meet her?
From my recollection, it was from the dental office.
And why did you go to the dental office?
I needed some cavities and teeth whitening done.
Is that the only time you ever met Donna Adelson?
From my recollection, yes, ma'am.
All right. And did she know you were dating her son when she met you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were things cordial between you at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss anything beyond greetings and pleasantries?
No, ma'am.
After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple of weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him.
Charlie Adelson about this. After the initial approach of you at Lincoln Road on Halloween, was there any more discussion with Charlie Adelson about this potential job?
Throughout, the couple of weeks whenever I had a chance to hang out with him, he would mention
What you
here and there.
How often were you seeing each other during this time frame?
Probably, I mean, I had children, so I always, if I could get out and I can find a babysitter, I go over to his house or we'd have dinner, hang out.
Okay, would that be like once a week, 3 times a week, once a month?
About 2 times a week.
2 times a week. And would you stay over or would you just go for dinner?
Sometimes I would stay over, yes, ma'am.
And you're saying when you would go over there and hang out with him, sometimes there would be further conversation about this potential job where you're going to be paid to hire someone or enlist someone to harm Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you learn any more details about what needed to be done?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any details.
And so he would just continue to say the same things?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
He would just tell me that they were going through hard times.
Okay, so the conversations typically were, my family is really suffering under this situation.
Yes,
ma'am. Did not answer the question. Please rephrase.
In these conversations, are you asked, like, have you secured anyone? Are you asked further questions about who's going to be doing it?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell him, like, yes, I can do it?
Yes, I just agreed to it.
Okay.
That I had somebody.
All right. And during these conversations with Charlie Adelson, was there ever a time when he's in the middle of these conversations with you about what's going to happen, speaking to his mother?
Sometimes he would get on the phone. He'd kind of look at me weird and then just step out of the room and discuss whatever he needed to discuss.
Overruled is talking about what took place, not the substance of the conversation. So you may continue.
All right, so he would step out, have a conversation with his mother, and then
The defense really needs to be objecting to the prosecution leading the witnesses. That's what they should be objecting to, because it's really just the prosecutor testifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you would resume the conversation about.
Okay, so Benji's saying that the money is not worth it. Maybe they did it for the thrill. Yeah, it's maybe. I don't know. It doesn't quite make sense. It just, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off.
Resume the conversation about.
Yeah, he would just kind of go off again.
His folks did not even get life-altering money. They bought a few motorcycles and that was it. With the exception of Katie. Katie was put on the payroll. But even on the payroll, it's like $2,000-$3,000. I suppose that could be life-changing, but I just,
Saying that this needed to be taken care of and what his family was going through.
All right. How many times did this particular situation happen where you were discussing what would eventually become the murder and his mother was interjected in that way that you just described?
How many times did I think he stepped out and speak to him? A number of times.
More than.
Okay, so Katie's testimony does not really change much for the prosecution. I got a little excited or worked up about Katie taking the stand because I thought that she would come with actual evidence, but she has not spoken to Donna Adelson. The only conversation she had with Donna was her getting, I don't know, cavities removed or something along those lines. And other than that, she had no real contact with Donna. Maybe Charlie takes the stand. I don't know, though. I don't know that Charlie would take the stand against his mom.
And twice?
Yes, ma'am.
More than 5 times?
Yes, ma'am.
So this was like a regular part of the way that.
Oh, but the difference is going to be the wiretaps. I forgot about that. The wiretaps. That's what's going to nail Donna. The wiretaps for sure.
Worked whenever this conversation came up?
Yes,
he would
ma'am.
consult his mother and come back and speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever relay to you my mom says whatever.
He never specifically
Yeah,
said.
Benji,
what-
there are wiretaps in this case because the murder occurs in 2014. It takes law enforcement about 2 years for them to track down the hitman. Okay. And once they track those individuals down, they figure out, or at least they were able to map the connections in terms of the two men would have conversations only with Katie, and Katie would only have conversations with Charlie Adelson, the dentist. And then Charlie Adelson would only have conversations with his mom. So it's not as if they were sitting around a round table and they were all in cahoots and talking to each other. No, it's exclusively Donna, allegedly. Donna and Charlie, and then Charlie and Katie, and then Katie and her husband, her baby daddy, her side piece, and his childhood friend. So that's how the conversations were going on. So in order to get the ball rolling again, the law enforcement here pretty much, they, I suppose, took kind of disguise and acted to be some individual that was trying to extort money out of Donna Adelson. And that's how they were able to get recorded conversations between these people. And not just recorded conversations, the FBI was involved. So these folks were followed to restaurants and they were recorded while they're out in public. I don't understand why they were meeting in public to discuss a murder, though. They should have done this at home or something. But yeah, wiretaps.
He spoke to his mom about. No.
Okay. But did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes.
Did you understand that getting the job done would relieve the stress on Charlie Adelson and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you learn this isn't going to be just harming, like, I don't know, maybe punch him in the face or something? It's going to be a murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you know specifically when you learned that?
There was an envelope that Charlie had given me one day that I went over to his house, and he told me not to open it and that he had worn gloves to close it. And that was basically it. And that I was the understanding of to pass it on to whoever I knew could take care of it.
Okay. And when it's pass it on to whoever you knew, the name Sigfredo Garcia is used or is not used?
No, it was never used.
Okay. And is that, when we're talking about this conspiracy in general terms, are you in general trying to insulate the co-conspirator on this side of you from the one over here?
Yes, ma'am. I was basically in the middle.
So you don't talk about Charlie to Sigfredo and you don't talk about Sigfredo to Charlie?
No, ma'am.
But they both
knew that it was to them, yes.
Okay. He said he wore gloves when he put whatever he put in the envelope.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so he told you, don't open it, don't touch what's in there.
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of envelope was it?
It was a manila envelope.
Was there any writing on the envelope or anything on the outside?
No, ma'am. It was blank.
All right. So the envelope goes into your diaper bag, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Diaper bag. Do you take it and Sigfredo gets it from you?
Yes. Well, eventually when I came home, because I usually have that diaper bag, that's like my little weekend bag. And when I came home, I contacted Sigfredo and I was like, hey, I have a package for you. Just come by whenever you can.
Did you open it and see what was inside?
No, ma'am.
Dang, why not?
Did Charlie Adelson say anything to you about where he printed the documents that were contained inside?
He did mention that he would never, he's like, oh, I didn't print this in my, the office that he had in his home. Probably printed in one of the offices that he worked at.
Because he would frequent a bunch of different offices,
yes,
right?
ma'am.
All right, so you gave this package to Garcia, and did he open it in your presence?
No, ma'am. He literally took it and left out the door.
All right, and had you talked to him beforehand about, hey, I'm going to give you some instructions about a job?
No, there was no conversation about it. Basically, just I have that package.
Okay.
And then he
But
took
how
it
did
and
he
left.
know what the
The
package?
prosecutor needs to talk about how Rivera and Garcia got a photograph of Danny and how they got the address. So that information, at least it's not on the record from this witness, because I think that's who they'd get that information from.
Was. Had you talked to him at all about, hey, I got a job for you?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Like I told them that, that I have potential person that needed to, get harmed or beat up from my understanding at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, okay.
Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the June trip. In June, did you provide Garcia with any money for expenses associated with that June trip?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the money from to give to Garcia?
From Charlie.
Okay, how much money was it?
For my recollection, it was a couple $100, less than $5, maybe.
So this was just for like gas and whatever was needed to get to Tallahassee and back?
Okay, let's see
ma'am, I
what
just didn't know.
Benji's saying. So Benji's saying that SO, I think your other account had more tractions because you have a lot of subscribers and the live streams would get recommended to people. I don't know why YouTube doesn't recommend this channel. Eventually I will probably, the problem is with the other channel though, then I have to pay for another YouTube subscription in order not to get ads. Yeah, that's part of the problem. And I wanted to focus more on the Judge Judy content. I have so many things I want to do, but I cannot do because I have a real job. But that does make a good point. But I can no longer find myself because previously I could go on YouTube and just type in I want a real lawyer and this channel would pop up. That's not the case for me anymore. It doesn't pop up anymore. Definitely something to do with the algorithm. Yep. But I don't know. Let me think about it. Maybe I do switch over to the other channel. It's worth considering. Let me think about that, Benji. But you do raise a good point.
Where he was going, I didn't know.
Okay, but you knew it was for this job that we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, you knew it was a murder because the envelope had been passed, right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and
Which
that they
ad
needed
sign
to
are you
either
talking
scope it
about?
out
I don't see that.
or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay.
Wait, she did what?
Needed some money for,
right?
Yes, the envelope was passed towards kind of like in the beginning of the year, so we're already in June at that time.
All right. And when you went to Charlie to get the money for the expenses, what did you say?
I needed some money for, for the job that he had told me about, and that they needed to either scope it out or, just funds to get out of town.
Okay. So your understanding was the first mission to Tallahassee, or you didn't know it was to Tallahassee, but the first trip that needed funds was going to be like a scoping trip, not to actually accomplish the murder.
Get to my understanding, yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you give that money to Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after the June trip happened, how did Charlie Adelson react to, I guess, just things not progressing along very quickly with this job?
Well, since I guess nothing happened and something was to happen, he was like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. So Secreto didn't tell me anything. He's just MIA again because he just kind of goes in and out of my life.
So sometimes he'd be hard to reach.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you worried that like maybe he'd taken this few $100s and now he's gone
course.
off the grid and I can't really give any information to Charlie about what's happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you getting any pressure put on you to get the job done?
Yes, ma'am, from Charlie.
And did that increase over time? Like between, and I specifically want to know about between the June trip and the ultimate murder trip.
Yes, ma'am. He was a little bit more adamant and persistent. Well, Katie, why hasn't anything been happening? What's going on?
And were you then in turn putting some pressure on Garcia to get it done, make it happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you relay the message to the killers that the victim was going to be going out of town the day after he ultimately was killed?
No, ma'am.
Did
I had
you
no
know-
knowledge.
You didn't know anything about Dan Martell's
So where
travel
did they
schedule?
get?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether his travel schedule was contained in the documents inside that manila envelope?
Oh, that's the thing.
I would think a lot of information was there because
Got
for
it.
some reason, Sigfredo knew information and Charlie knew information, and that's why the whole confusion was on me. And it's
Okay, but you don't know what was in there. You didn't look at it, and you didn't relay that message about the travel.
no, ma'am. I had no knowledge of it.
I want to show you a text that was sent between the June trip and the murder trip. It's 86C. There's a text message where you are asking Charlie Adelson to put you on the payroll. Basically, you need to be able to show that you're working. Do you remember sending that text message?
To Charlie?
Yes.
Lisa, if you can show me.
I will. Was there a reason that you wanted to be part of, at least part of your payment for this to be through the payroll at Adelson Institute?
Well, I was going through like insurance purposes for my son, so I needed to be put on payroll so that I can show that I was making a certain amount of money.
What do you mean insurance?
But it couldn't be too much money, right?
Yeah, it couldn't be too much money.
And so, were you actually doing any work for your payment at Adelson Institute?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Show you this. Publish it. This judge is going to be in 81, and I can't read the slide number. This is in evidence, so I'll see it when I finish it. So take a moment to review that.
Now let's see what's this. Hold on. Okay, so financial benefits to KM. Who's KM? Oh, Katie. I'm not gonna butcher her last name. From CA. Okay, so Charlie Adelson, employment. Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send the DCF for my kids' ins. I guess that's insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. He says, no prob. Okay. No problem, baby. I got you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mag.
All right, so here you're asking him, I need help on the employment. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you referring to getting on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
But why isn't
Yes,
that
ma'am.
just
Is that something
uploaded?
you all had talked about before you sent this text, or is this the first he's hearing about it?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know?
I don't know if I spoke to him prior to being on the payroll.
Okay, how does he know what you're talking about when you say, I'm going to need help on the employment?
I guess he just figured, since he has an office, that he'd be able to help me.
Okay, and he says no problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he actually put you on the payroll at this time? This is June.
At that time, I'm not 100% if I was already on payroll. Not
Okay.
yet. I don't think so.
The evidence indicates that you didn't receive your first paycheck until approximately 2 months after the murder was completed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so did you feel like you could ask for this before the job was done because you knew you were getting the job done?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the payments that you received from the Adelson Institute part of your compensation for your arranging of this murder?
I would think so. Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean you would think so? It's yes or no question.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. He wasn't going to put you on the payroll for no reason, was he?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And most or all the checks were after the paycheck? You had broken up before you received the first check, right?
That I already, like, I wasn't talking to Charlie as much anymore. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, September after the murder.
Why'd you break
Yes,
up?
ma'am.
Had you ever met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, I had.
When did you meet her?
I had dinner with her
Okay.
one time in Yardbird.
Okay, so it sounds like she had met her. Oh no, that's Wendy. I'm sorry. I thought that was Donna. Okay, Wendy. Okay.
Time at the beach.
Yardbird, is that a restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the occasion where Wendy was with her boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you ever met Wendy?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet her again?
Yes, I met her in the beach around, I think, Father's
That's the
Day.
photo that we've seen, State's Exhibit 35, publishing. Is that the second time you met Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
In the middle.
Did you ever discuss the murder with Wendy Adelson?
No, ma'am. I
Did
did
you
not.
ever discuss Dan Markel's schedule with her?
No, ma'am.
So the only person you talked about it with at all was Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the July trip, once the murder was done, did you receive a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were the two men looking to get their money for the murder?
I don't know what my conversation was with Sigfredo, but I did speak to him on the phone.
But you understood that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the
Wait, what?
accident, the money on the job, that you needed to get the money, right? And pay
Yes.
them.
Yes, ma'am.
That was part of your job,
Yes, ma'am.
part of your role in this whole thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you go to Charlie Adelson's house to get the money on the night of the shooting?
Yes, ma'am. He had contacted me and told me that there was an accident and if he can have dinner with me that night.
Okay. And the accident was a reference to the shooting of Dan Markel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which was not an accident, right?
Why would you have dinner about an accident? I don't know.
When you get there, how is Charlie acting?
He was pretty frantic, just pacing back and forth, and he had a gun in his hand.
Okay. Was that unusual behavior for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything about his parents when you arrived at his house that night?
He told me that his parents just left.
Okay.
Did you end up staying the night there?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you planning on spending the night there?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Okay. Originally, was your plan to get the money and take it to the two men that killed Mr. Markel?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All right. What happened the next morning?
Well, since that night, since he was like pacing back and forth and he had given me a Xanax, that's why I fell asleep.
Okay.
And that's why
Did
it
he
was.
take Xanax as well?
Yes, ma'am, he took one as well.
Okay. And the next morning, did something happen with the money?
Yes, ma'am. So I woke up, I was like, I gotta get out of here. And he told me that the money is in the trunk of my car.
All right. And was the money in the trunk of your car?
I actually did not check it. I just got my keys and left.
So you believed him that it was there.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got to where you were going, where did you go to deliver the money?
I was trying to contact Sigfredo and had a hard time trying to contact him. And then I eventually ended up in the alleyway of where Lewis lived at that time.
At Luis Rivera's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Garcia show up there when you pulled up there?
Yeah, he just kind of jumped in my car. I didn't know where he came from.
All right. And was he able to get the money?
Yes, I told him that his money was in the trunk of the car.
And he was able to remove it, and you observed him removing it, and the money was there.
Yes, ma'am. He went to the bag, grabbed it, and then that's time he left.
How did you get your cut of the money?
I don't know if it was later on that night that he came back to my apartment or the following day, and then he put it in the closet.
How was your cut of the money packaged?
It wasn't like a cut. It was just basically, it was in a bag, in a plastic bag, grocery bag, and I believe there was like a paper bag and then a Ziploc bag inside it.
All right, so the inner thing was a Ziploc bag.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you opened the Ziploc bag, did you notice that the money was stapled together?
Yes, ma'am.
It was. Okay. Did you notice something else unusual about the money?
At that moment, I didn't when I opened it, but a couple of days after the fact, it was wet and starting to mold.
The money itself was damp to the touch.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and did you ever mention that back to Charlie Adelson?
I'm pretty sure I contacted him and told him, why is the money wet?
What do you mean pretty sure? You did or
that,
you didn't?
That I didn't.
Okay, and when you contacted him and said the money's wet, or you just mentioned to him the money's wet, did he have a response?
Yes, ma'am. He told me,
Go
told
ahead.
me that that his mom washed the money.
That you physically washed the money?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so you got a chunk of cash that day or a couple days later, you're not sure which.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, and you also got these paychecks that we've talked about, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did over the ensuing time, from the time of the murder up until the time of what we've referred to as the bump, are you familiar with that law
Yes, ma'am.
enforcement operation? Okay. In that time frame, did you get some other gifts and things from Charlie?
Between that time?
Yes. Plane tickets, things like that.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you deny getting any type of gift or favor from Charlie Adelson other than the cash that you got.
I don't know if like specifically any type of favors. If I was going through, I was having problems with the car that I had
Yes.
purchased
Yep.
from him. So he would get that fixed and he would pay for it.
Okay, and before that, he helped with Mazda repairs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You started getting paychecks in September after the murder, which continued through May of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you receive the paychecks?
Charlie would give it to me.
All right. And you admit that you weren't doing anything to earn that money
No, ma'am.
other than contributing to this murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
All right. And the paychecks,
Yes,
would they
I'm
come
good.
one at a
Hi.
time or multiples at a time?
It would be multiple.
Okay. Do you know why the paychecks stopped when they stopped?
At that time, Sigfredo got arrested.
So they got spooked.
Yes.
Who signed the paychecks?
I'm sorry.
All right, let's fast forward. That girl was on payroll for life.
May I continue?
Who signed your paychecks from the Adelson Institute?
Donna Adelson.
How many paychecks did you receive?
I can't recall.
Does 44 sound right?
Can't recall.
If we assume 44, how
This
many
is
of them were
all.
signed by Donna Adelson?
All of them.
How many were signed by Charlie Adelson?
None.
Did Mr. Adelson, when he handed you the checks, give you any instructions on how they were to be deposited?
Just don't deposit it all at one time, like space it out.
All right, and did you always follow his directions on the deposits?
Not always, no ma'am.
Okay, sometimes you would cash one before the pay period ended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we've talked about the bump. Did you meet with Charlie Adelson after the bump?
Yes, ma'am.
Who called that meeting, him or you?
I believe he contacted me.
All right, and did you sit in the car with Mr. Adelson for a few minutes before going into the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you were in the car with him?
Well, I got inside the car. He came outside of my job and basically asked, probably where we're gonna eat. And he turned up the volume in his car and kind of just leaned towards me and was just telling me that that his mom got approached.
Okay. And did you continue to hear more from him about his mom being approached once you entered the restaurant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the time, you did not know that law enforcement was intercepting those conversations, did you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
I mean, that should have been a sign, though.
Did you have any concerns that he might be trying to set you up during that meeting?
No, ma'am.
Did you feel that, or did he do anything to make you think he had suspicions that you might be trying to set him up?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were those?
Just the way he was going through scenarios in his head. He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name. And
whose name?
He might have, because he mentioned Tato's name. And he had a piece of paper that he looked at and then kind of talked to me about, but I didn't know what he was looking at.
Who's Tato?
Tato is Luis Rivera.
Oh.
So did he say Luis Rivera or he said Tato?
He said Tato.
Okay. And so did that concern you that he knew that name?
Yes, it did. I just thought he was confusing it with Tuto because Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia's nickname.
Okay. And what the setup was from the law enforcement was that this person was posing as an associate of Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when Charlie tells you this information, are you thinking it could be an associate of Luis Rivera? Maybe Rivera did tell someone, and
Yes.
maybe this is somehow connected to Rivera.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So this,
Did you tell Charlie?
Benji, so this is the setup, okay? This is the setup and the wiretaps and the like. So that's how all these folks get caught.
Did I tell Charlie that?
Did you tell Charlie, well, actually, the guy that went with Garcia to kill Dan Markel is Luis Rivera, and he goes by Tato? Did you say anything like that?
No, ma'am. I just told him that Tato was incarcerated, but I never knew at that time that Tato was with Sigfredo, or that he.
What?
Right, but you're not, I guess, are you giving Charlie Adelson all the information that you have about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to handle it on your side of the conspiracy yourself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he's enlisting you to go do something. What is it you're supposed to do?
To contact the phone number.
Phone number on the piece of paper that was handed to his mother.
Yes.
How they
ma'am.
going to cross?
Okay. And figure out who it is and resolve it.
What's going on? He didn't know if it was somebody trying to.
Here's the thing. If Donna Adelson, in fact, knows nothing about this, why would she be so concerned being approached? I mean, I think they're going to, based on the motions, I believe they're going to argue that she was under the impression that she was being contacted by MS-13. But still, why does she follow up with Charlie on this random contact and phone number if she knows nothing about the conspiracy?
Extort him or try to blackmail him, or he didn't know if it was the FBI.
Okay, and he's saying one of two scenarios. Are those the two scenarios?
Yes, ma'am.
It's either the FBI or it is actually someone who's gotten some information about what we did.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the transcript that was prepared of that restaurant recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that transcript fair and accurate? Does it accurately transcribe the conversation that was had in there?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew Luis Rivera well, right?
I knew him from Sigfredo, yes, ma'am.
But Sigfredo didn't tell you he took Rivera with him
No, he
to
did
do
not.
the job.
No, ma'am.
And even though it was pretty obvious, you didn't tell Charlie that Garcia was doing the job.
No, yes, ma'am. He didn't know. He didn't know that it was Sigfredo.
Charlie never explicitly told you this murder.
That's what's a little puzzling here. So if Garcia did not approve, according to Katie, okay, Katie testified that there was an incident when Garcia became irate when she found out that Charlie and Katie were dating or in a relationship. So why would he then agree to undertake a hit job for Charlie? I don't get it. They have too much going on.
Is going to benefit my mother, or this murder is to benefit my sister.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Sustained, please rephrase your questions.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my mother?
No, ma'am.
Did Charlie Adelson ever tell you this murder is to benefit my sister?
No, ma'am.
But you knew that, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mom was at the house right before you arrived, the night of the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
He did tell you that his mother washed the money.
Yes, ma'am.
Money that was payment for the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Literally watch.
Did you speak in code on that wire?
On the wiretaps, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Property and tenant, that was code for looking into who was behind the bump, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, Charlie tends to go on his little rants, and then I kind of just followed, what he was saying.
Yes, but you spoke in code.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood you were speaking in code because you might be tapped, right?
Yes,
Somebody
ma'am.
might be listening.
If you suspect you're being tapped, right?
There would be no reason to speak in code if you hadn't done anything wrong. Will you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Innocent people don't talk in code, do they?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, Ross. Ross, so what time are they going to end in their courtroom? Almost 4. That's crazy. It's 4 months to the year. Oh, I can fast forward. I'm sleeping at the wheel.
Under oath, you about when you. Afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax.
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
But you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that necessary? They went to bed together?
So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
They meet
Yes,
though,
ma'am.
where?
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asked you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, you hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay, so it sounds like she elicited her baby daddy, her boyfriend, her side piece, her husband, without knowing that he was going to do the job himself. That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. And how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you
That's crazy.
Testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money. So that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you're going to get paid?
Crazy.
No, I did not know.
Okay, so
People
now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you, apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately, they follow and track down Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Yeah, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money?
Yeah.
Was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right. I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So moving forward, now Danny has been killed, and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
Gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, where's the cross-examination? Where's the cross-examination? You're asking questions. I don't hear actual cross-examination.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay. All right. So he gets the bag. And at this point, you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am. I did not.
Okay. And then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera's involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
Okay. So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that
day.
Oh,
no, I did not.
Okay. And you didn't touch it the next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay. And a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it in the closet.
And then at some point you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markell to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You can't tell them.
No, ma'am. I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. Through time, yes.
And you deposited some of it into your bank account?
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't know how much yours was?
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from Adelson Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
okay. And you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still.
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I.
You didn't speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am, she's not.
Yeah, just a moment.
Uh-oh. Messing up here. Where are we? Forward.
Redirect examination.
It. Is that it?
Publishing states 55. Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no lying here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
Wait.
Conversations with, right? Did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no lying here. Have any? Donna did not have any conversations with you, did she?
No, ma'am.
There's no lying here, right?
No, ma'am.
Donna had conversations with Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie.
She wasn't participating in those conversations.
Overruled, I believe the witness earlier testified concerning this very issue. You may continue your examination.
Donna had conversations with Charlie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie had conversations with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie was the go-between between you and Donna, wasn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
The same way you were the go-between between Charlie and Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Your step down. Will the witness be recalled? You may know this background one.
Who is next?
I believe you stated Sergeant Corbett is going to need to set up before you get started. Right, members of the
Take the stand. I believe the court is currently in recess. Let's see. Oh, somebody's coming up. Before we get into the sergeant's testimony, I want to go to Clarissa. That she was on the stand while we were watching Rivera's testimony. What does she look like? I don't quite. I think she has black hair. There she goes. Yeah, she worked for the Adelsons. I don't know what she's going to testify to, but I'm interested.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Okay.
Will you tell us your name and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa, Clariza, Spoltor, Spoltore.
Thank you. Did you recently get married?
Yes,
Okay. Congratulations. Was your name before you got married Libreta?
libretto.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So where do you currently work? Where do you work?
I worked at the Adelson Institute.
Okay. And you currently work for a dental practice that took over for the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. How long did you work at the Adelson Institute?
Over 40 years.
Yeah.
And where is the Adelson Institute located?
In Tamarack.
Was the exact address of the Adelson Institute 7737 University Drive in Tamarack?
Correct.
Is Tamarack near Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the positions at the Adelson Institute going back to 2013, 2016. What was your position?
I was Dr. Adelson's dental assistant.
Which Adelson?
Was that Dr. Harvey Adelson?
Dr. Harvey Adelson, yes.
Okay. Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
Okay. So worked as his personal assistant. Worked as his assistant.
Yes.
And what about Donna Adelson? Did she work there during that time?
Yes.
And what did she do there?
She was the office manager. She worked up front.
Okay. Did she keep the books, do the payroll, that sort of thing?
Yes.
What about Charlie Adelson? What was his role there?
Charlie was our periodontist. He's a dentist.
Dentist, okay.
Wait, so did
and
his
the 40 years that you worked there, you worked for Harvey Adelson all of those 40 years?
Yes.
Was there also an employee during, and I'm talking about the years 2014 to 2016, in addition to yourself, Dr. Harvey Adelson, Dr. Charlie Adelson, was there also an employee named Erica Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, and what was her role?
She worked up front and she was Charlie's assistant.
Okay. And we got talked about Donna Adelson and her role. What about, did you have a hygienist named Amy?
Yes, we always had a hygienist.
Okay. Were there any other employees that you can think of during that time at the Adelson Institute other than the ones I just named?
No.
Any other dentists besides Harvey and Charlie?
No.
You mentioned that Charlie is a periodontist. Did he also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he?
Charlie?
He also, in addition to working at the Adelson Institute, did he travel around and do that type of work for other dental offices as well?
Yes.
How often was he in the Adelson Institute office? Ballpark.
Once a month.
Okay, so one time a month, he's going to serve his clients for the Adelson Institute, and other than that, he's traveling around to all different offices.
Yes.
Who was the boss at the Adelson Institute in your understanding? Who did you think was the boss?
Dr. Harvey Adelson.
What were the Adelson Institute's business hours back in 2014, 2016? Did y'all have Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5?
Monday, yes, and we had one late night.
Was
it
when?
11 to 7.
Okay. Was that Wednesday?
7 p.m. was Wednesday.
And then off on Fridays.
We were off on Friday.
Oh, okay.
And no work on Saturday or
Makes
Sunday.
up for it, I
No.
suppose.
Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Wait, what? What's the question?
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or records? Who had access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work
Who?
done there.
Yes, was a patient.
Catherine Magbanwa would know anything about?
No.
Dr. Adelson meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Harvey Adelson.
Was that something that you had access to or
It sounds like the father's implicated too. Let's.
would know anything about?
No.
How do you know Catherine Magbanwa?
I know her from the office. She was a patient there.
So she actually came and got dental work done there.
Yes.
Okay. Was she like a regular or just came in once or twice?
Once or twice.
Can you remember her name?
Did you ever see her at Adelson Institute doing anything other than being a patient once or
No.
one time or two
So
times?
she didn't work there.
Okay. Did you ever see her working at the Adelson Institute in any capacity?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
By checks.
And how often?
Every 2 weeks.
Did you ever get paid for weeks of work prior to completing your work?
Yes.
When would that happen? When might you get advance pay or get more than one paycheck at a time?
If they were going away on vacation, then we would get the checks before.
They being?
I mean, Dr. Adelson and Donna.
Okay. So if Harvey and Donna are going on a vacation that may last 2 weeks or more,
Right.
they're going to go ahead and pay y'all in advance so you don't go without.
Right.
And how often would that happen?
Once a year, twice.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 paychecks in a row?
No.
Were you ever aware of any Adelson Institute employee in the history of the 40 years you were there that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
Did the Adelson Institute back in 2013 to 2016, did y'all have?
Yeah, it's kind of sounding like the father, Harvey Adelson. I need to stretch. Sorry, was aware of what was taking place. That's what it's sounding like a little bit here. It sounds like everybody was aware of what was going on.
Cleaning service.
Yes.
And I don't know. Personally, I think that folks with money, like a lot of money, just not a few $100,000, because this family, from what if Google is accurate, they were multimillionaires, estimated somewhere around $40 million. That would be accurate for the type of work that they do. And I am under the impression that really wealthy people are used to getting away with things to a point where they don't really think about consequences. And it sounds like the whole family was in cahoots here.
And would the cleaning service, was it a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Was Catherine Magbanwa the wife part of that team?
No.
Do you remember back in 2016, okay, when 2 law enforcement officers came to Adelson Institute and were asking some questions?
Yes.
Okay, and were they asking questions about Catherine Magbanwa?
Yes.
Did you, since you didn't know anything, did you refer them to Erica Johnson, another employee?
Yes.
Okay. And did Erica Johnson speak with them?
Yes.
Prior to court today, did you have an opportunity to listen to States 100, which is the recorded call that you were played, which was a conversation between a man and a woman? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw you nodding.
I
I've
know,
got to
sorry.
ask you. When you listened to that conversation, did you recognize the voices in States 100?
Yes.
Who was the woman in the call?
Erica Johnson.
Okay. And you said she was an employee at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And one of her roles was being Charlie's assistant?
Yes.
And did you say she also kind of works in the front office?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Who was the male voice on States 100?
Charlie.
Charlie Adelson?
Charlie Adelson.
And did you work with both of them for many years?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, I'm not going to admit States 100. I just wanted to lay that foundation, and we will seek to admit it through another witness later in the trial.
What if the witness becomes unavailable?
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Cross-examination.
So for Clarissa, her purpose was really to testify that Katie did not work for the Adelson Institute. So the payments she received were not tied to her employment for the Adelsons. The payments she received were tied to the murder. You guys are cross. Yeah, why aren't these people ever ready? Sit down looking at our attorneys like, why did I hire?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up.
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine.
Correct.
In your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
That's a dumb question, considering that during opening, defense admitted that she spoke ill of her former son-in-law and the people that testified to that. So I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with that, but
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
so what?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
That's what you guys were discussing. That's what took you so long to get to the podium. Oh boy.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
That's why you
Any redirect for the witness.
us. Pre-written.
Back during that time period, if a patient were to call Adelson Institute and it was closed, maybe because it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, would that call be routed to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And then would the voicemail be able to be checked from there? If it's checked by someone in the office, that would be Monday morning.
Yes.
Do you know who else had access to that voicemail?
No.
You and Donna Adelson had a friendly relationship throughout your time at Adelson Institute.
Yes.
Were you, did you socialize or spend time together outside of work, or was your friendly relationship at work?
At work.
Okay. So while at work, you never heard her say anything negative about Dan Markel,
No.
but you didn't spend time with her outside of the office.
We've gone out on occasions, but
Not regularly.
I'm sorry.
Not on a regular basis?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. Will the witness be recalled at all? You are released from your subpoena. Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Catherine McDaniel.
Members of the jury will take a brief break. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Everyone can be seated. I see. Yes. Go ahead. Preemptively, before this comes up during the testimony, Mrs. Adelson, I'm going to remind you again not to have any emotional reactions while the testimony is going on. No head shaking, no nodding, nothing to indicate that you either disagree or agree with what's happening. You understand?
Judge, our next witness after McDaniel is going to be Sergeant Corbett, and he will need just a second to get situated. So
I'll fast forward now 1 moment.
That's fine.
I'm typing.
For how long the McDaniel will take as a witness? Do you believe we will still get Sergeant Corbett today?
We have until 5:30. I think we can start.
Well, we can start a lot of things, but we will not finish him today in all likelihood. All right.
Fast forward. Oh, shoot, we have a long way to go. All right, let's see. Okay, we have to get past. We have to get past Katie. All right, let's go.
State, please call your next witness.
No, Benji, what are you thinking of this trial so far? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? They need Charlie. That's Miss One.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you, sir.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine when you're ready.
will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Corbett, and that's Corbitt, and I'm a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
And how long have you worked with TPD?
29 years and 11 months.
What unit are you in at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit.
Can you tell me a little bit about your training and experience in order to supervise the Technical Operations Unit?
Certainly. I have just under 2,000 hours of general.
Okay, so
training.
on the core TV subreddit, they're basically talking about how the cross-examination of Katie was horrible. I just don't understand. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where she got these defense attorneys from. I don't know where I don't know. I'm not seeing really good cross-examination. So far, the best cross-examination skills I've seen in these trials, definitely Meg Shard out of Georgia. Other than that, I've not really seen good cross-examination. That was from the prosecution though. There was a trial. Was that Washington State a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago? There was a lady on trial for the murder of her husband. I don't remember her name. I just know that the prosecutor in that case was a black man. It was a black attorney. That was really good cross-examination of the defendant. But other than that, cross-examination has been lacking in these cases.
Which would cover sort of all realms of law enforcement technology, camera installations, audio, video monitoring, forensics, all kinds of, again, all the ways that we use technology to assist in criminal investigations. I have just over 1,000 hours of that is dedicated to communication record analysis or cell phone analysis.
Okay.
And that includes the obtaining, analysis, mapping, all the things that we do with communication records specifically to assist in criminal investigations.
Okay, and have you also taught in the field of digital forensics?
I do. I teach communication record analysis to law enforcement officers, other law enforcement agencies, prosecutors associations, other groups. Yes.
And how long have you been supervisor of that unit?
Since 2012.
How many hours of specialized training in historical communication records analysis do you have?
Just over 1,000.
And what is historical communication record analysis?
Communication or historical communication record analysis would be kind of a general term for the use of communication records. And when I talk about communication records, I mean primarily cell phone records, records that we get from the carriers. They may be forensic records or reports that we get when we're able to do a forensic analysis of a phone, when we have the actual device and can download data. But we take all that information and we analyze it really in whatever way the investigator or the investigation needs. Oftentimes that's location analysis. We're trying to put handsets, are they consistent or could they have been at the scene of a crime? Could they have been somewhere else? Where might other evidence be? So a lot of that work has to do with the locations of the handsets. Sometimes it's communications, who communicated with who, when, how often, those kind of things to help establish relationships. There's really a number of ways that we can use those records and the analysis of those records, again, to assist in criminal investigations.
And have you ever testified in court in the field of historical communication records analysis where you've given an expert opinion?
I have, yes.
About how many times?
123.
And those are all my questions asked in this qualifications, Judge.
Defense wish to regard the witness.
There you are.
Is there a challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the field of historical communication record analysis?
There you are.
Members of the jury, while this witness testifies today, he will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the area of historical communication record analysis. You may continue.
So in your position at TPD, you mentioned that part of your everyday duties is going to be pulling cell phone records from cell phone companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And are those records called call detail records?
That's sort of a general term that we give to a broad range of records. Call detail records, we generally talk about specific call logs and maybe voice or text. We have other types of reports, subscriber information, other types of location reports that are more specific, but generally, yes, we call that whole group of records call detail records.
Are those types of records ones that are kept in the normal course of business of phone companies?
They are, yes.
And are they kept by an automated system that would have knowledge of those or of those calls and text communications?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how to read and interpret the records?
I am, yes.
And in this case, did you review phone records for State's Exhibit 91, call detail records of Luis Rivera, 92, call detail records of Sigfredo Garcia, 93, call detail records of Wendy Adelson, 94, call detail records of Donna Adelson, 95, Charlie Adelson's call detail records, 96, Harvey Adelson's call detail records,
Dang.
97, Catherine McBann.
Okay, the father, it sounds like the father is actually implicated. Yeah, it sounds like the father is implicated. Benji said people giving their lives away for cheap thrills. I'm not trying to be too judgmental, Benji, but I don't get it. I don't get it.
Detail records, and finally 98,
really
Dan Markel's call detail records.
Yes.
Okay. And did all those call detail records come?
Okay, but that's I guess that encapsulates the trial here, because I have no words. They need Charlie to take the stand.
With a certification from each phone carrier certifying that those are authentic records of that carrier.
They did, yes.
Just 1 second. I'm going to show you States 55, which is already in evidence. I got to turn you off and turn you back on here. Actually, I'll just show it to you so you can remain. Look at States 55. This is our chart.
Yes.
Okay, here you see some phone numbers below each person's face and name.
Yes.
Okay. Have you been able to review a chart like that before?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at those numbers, are those the numbers for each person that correspond with the call detail records that you reviewed for each person and you're going to be testifying about in your testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence States Exhibit 91 through 98, certified business records.
Any objection?
There you are.
States 91 through 98 are admitted.
Thank you. In addition to all of those call detail records we just went through, did you also review traffic tickets that were received in the summer of 2014 by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera?
I did, yes.
Did you also review car rental agreements, 2 from Comfort Rental in Miami and 1 from Save Gas Rental in Miami?
I did, yes.
Did you also review surveillance video from Premier Gym, as well as from Spirion, which is a GPS company that is the company that has the GPSs on the rental car?
Yes, to be clear, the Premier was video, the GPS was latitude, longitude coordinates.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And did you base your opinions in this case? Oh, and did you also receive, in addition to all those things, Cellbrites and returns from subpoenas from email addresses as well?
Yes, so there were forensic analysis conducted of several handsets and yes, an iCloud or multiple iCloud accounts.
Okay, that gave you access to emails as well.
And separate actual email legal demand returns.
Okay. Did you base your opinions in this case on?
Oh no, he's boring me a little bit. Let's get to. I have about an hour, then I need to get off here. Let's get to yesterday's. Let's give him 5 minutes, and then we'll get to yesterday's testimony because I want to hear from. The daughter, Wendy.
All of those records that we just discussed.
Yes.
Now, are many of those records voluminous? I'm talking hundreds, even thousands of pages.
Yes, they are.
Did you prepare, instead of having to go through each page for the jury during this presentation, did you prepare a summary in order to show the jury what the phone company's records say in correlation with the other evidence in this case about the subjects, in this case, phone activity and locations?
Yes.
And will you be relying on that summary for your testimony here today?
I will, yes.
I want to quickly, also in the summary, are there excerpts from Cellbrights?
Yes.
What is a Cellbright?
Well, a Cellbright has come to mean many things. When we do forensic examinations of computers or phones, we use a variety of different forensic tools. One of the more common ones that we use is a product from Cellbright, and often the most common report format. So once we do that forensic analysis, then it generates a report for us that allows us to visualize all of that information, location information, text message content, emails. And so that report is generally called a Cellbright report.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would move State's Exhibit 73, which is going to be, or which is the summary of all of these records that Sergeant Corbett has put together and he'll be testifying to today, a summary that will go into evidence with the jury, subject to the court's ruling.
Very well, any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling.
73 is admitted. You may continue.
Okay. Now, did you also create a PowerPoint of this summary to use on the projector here in court during your testimony?
Yes, actually, that's a representation of the PowerPoint.
Okay. And some of the items that are in the PowerPoint that are already in evidence, emails and that sort of thing, they won't be in the summary, but we will go over those in your PowerPoint, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I ask for permission for Sergeant Corbett to use his PowerPoint to show a demonstrative of the summary exhibit.
And maybe we do need to hear this.
Thank you.
You'll need to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so you told us what call detail records from phone companies are. Can you tell us, or can you show us an example of what they look like and show us what's contained in them?
I can. So this is an example of call detail records from AT&T. And again, when we talk about call detail records, we're talking about this chronological listing of events. And those events may be voice calls, text messages, data sessions. And that varies a little bit by carrier as to what exactly they retain and provide for us in the call detail records return. But the call detail records have a few basic sections. Obviously, there's a place that tells us the date and time of this event. And oftentimes, those may be in other time zones. So we have to do a conversion to our local time to make sure that we're talking about the accurate time for that event. But that's one basic section. The other section tells us the phone numbers.
Okay, officer, I don't know. I'm trying to give the officer a chance, but I'm also really, really, really impatient. Okay, let's skip maybe a little bit.
So we see a duration, term frequency.
Get into conversation.
Explain more about
Applications for handset that chooses to communicate with horsepower is not only vector coverage from the vector that was used for this site and sector.
We're just getting into real stuff.
That cell phone is communicating with if it has location data.
Technologies, and we say include at. They are very techno. Some is issuing that.
Hold on.
So easier to read when we represent those in the presentation to make it easier to read the actual content. We may do something more like this.
Okay, horrible evening for your sister and for us. Dad finally had to walk outside to lower his blood pressure. Her father was definitely complicit. Just awful. I can't even explain. I bet. Let's talk this week.
So we will provide a visual indicator of who is issuing that communication, who sent that text message, and then we will focus on the content of that. Okay. But again, it's taken from that forensic report, just put into this format.
Right, come on.
Morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. So we do know, and I'm on slide 14 now, we do know that the morning of the homicide, he was at home at his residence on Trescott Drive. He did drop his children off at Creative Preschool. He went to Premier Health and Fitness and then returned to his home on Trescott Drive.
And did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at these same locations that he was at that morning?
We did believe that him being under surveillance was a definite possibility.
Okay. And was there a Prius that was identified based on surveillance images following him that morning?
There was, from the Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. How did TPD try to identify who was in the Prius from the phone records perspective?
So one of the first things that we did is what we call a tower dump. And that is just a request of the carriers to provide us all of the transactions that occurred through cell sites that may service a particular location for a very particular or specific time frame. So if we know that Mr. Markel was around his house at a certain time, then we can request all the phones that were around his house. And if we know he was at Creative Preschool at a certain time, then we could request all of the cell phones that may be in the area of Creative Preschool at the same time he was. Same for Premier Health and Fitness. And then we would hope that the only cell phones that would be in those exact locations at those exact times would either be Mr. Markel or whoever was following him. So that's kind of the purpose of the tower dump.
And which companies had cell sites in the areas of those locations?
We had AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, and Verizon, our major carriers at that time.
All right, so were search warrants sent to all those carriers for all of the records for the numbers who were using cell sites servicing each of those locations?
Yes.
And did you receive a lot of records in return?
Yes, we did.
Okay, just a moment. I want to ask you specifically about States Exhibit 101, which is going to be the T-Mobile tower dump records, States Exhibit 102, the AT&T tower dump records, States Exhibit 103, the Verizon tower dump records, and States 104, the Sprint tower dump records. When you receive those for all four carriers, do they contain a certification certifying that they are authentic records from each of those companies?
Yes.
Okay, and did you review those records and rely on those records in your determining your results or your opinions in this case?
Yes.
At this time, I'd move States Exhibit 101 through 104 into evidence.
States 101 through 104 is admitted.
Okay, so a lot of records to go through. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Did law enforcement eventually find any one number at all of those locations where Markel was located that morning?
We did not find one number common to all of those locations.
Okay.
Since you couldn't find a number with common events at all those locations, did you cross-reference all of the records with all of the phone records you had from the Adelson family to see if any of the numbers from the tower dump showed up in any of the Adelson family records?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what did you find?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive, or we did not find one number that was common to all of those locations. That does not necessarily mean that the other handsets were not there, but we go back to if there's no events, then there's no records and there's nothing for us to compare to. But what we did have from the tower dump were a number of reports with cell phone numbers of cell phones or handsets that were present at those specific locations and times for us to look at or compare. What we also had was a number of CDRs or communication records from various subjects in the investigation. We use analytical software to kind of help us out with this, to crunch large numbers. But we were able to actually compare all of the handsets that were here in Tallahassee around those specific locations and times with all of the records, the phones and the phones that they were communicating with for all of our subjects in the investigation. And what we did find is, and this is slide 19, we did find a common number this 7
Oh, what's going on?
Tallahassee around the Premier Health and Fitness that was also in the call detail records for one of the subjects of the investigation.
And was that subject Harvey Adelson?
It was, yes.
Wait, what?
And is this Harvey Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, and this is an example of his call detail records?
That is correct.
Okay, so Harvey Adelson is the husband of Donna Adelson, father of Charlie.
Yeah, the father. I don't know. This is a family affair. That's what it seems like to me. Benji says I have about an hour before I have to go to work. Yeah, I have about an hour, maybe 40, 50 minutes now. And then I need to bounce. I've been here for quite some time. I'm going to work a little longer, maybe 2-3 hours. But my schedule was off this past week, Benji. So I'm a bit behind on my laundry. I need to sort out my laundry. I need to do my daughter's hair, and then we'll take it from there. She needs to get off the tablet. So she's not going to be happy about that, but she needs to get off the tablet.
Adelson and Wendy Adelson?
Correct.
But I had to work. I had to work today. I had to work from home, but I'll get all of this sorted out. I'm going to do like an additional hour though. And then
Give us more information about this call that you found.
So what we see, and this is just an excerpt, I'm on slide 20, from Mr. Adelson's, Harvey Adelson's call detail records for July 1st of 2014. And we see that 786 number we just spoke about. And this is a good example of some of the things we see with call detail records. It looks like 3 calls or 3 entries here, but this is actually just one event. And in the records, we also see the kind of the routing or the way they call, like this one that was routed to voicemail, how it kind of traverses through the network. But these are 3 lines, or it looks like 3 events, but this is just one incoming phone call from that 786 number. And again, that was on July 1st of 2014 at 5:20 p.m.
Okay, so here we have this one call on July 1st, 2014. What was the duration of this one call?
The duration is listed as 37 seconds.
And 37 seconds as in, does that include the amount of time that it's taking a phone to ring?
In this case, it does not. They do provide us both a seizure time, which is how long the phone rings or how long it takes to connect, and then an overall duration.
Okay, so a 37-second call. Do we know whether this call was routed to voicemail?
This call indicates that it was routed to voicemail.
Okay, so the 37 seconds, would that include an amount of time for a voicemail to play and an amount of time for a message to be left if a message was left?
It could, yes.
Was there any other communication in all of the phone records that you have between the 786 number you found and Harvey Adelson's phone?
No.
Who did the 786 number belong to?
So the 786 number belonged to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. Just a second.
It's almost 5. Alexa, set a 30-minute timer.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for hang out, Benji. Fever was here. Allie was here. There were 2 other people up here. I don't exactly know who they were. But after 30 minutes, I'll be gone. I will be gone after 30 minutes. So I just need to finalize my research, and then I'll be parenting. I hope you do have a good shift. I won't be here tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I won't be live tomorrow. But I will be here on Thursday. And on Thursday, I think we're going to stick to regular time. While I'm at work, though, I'll be watching this trial just in the background. I'll have it playing in the background so I can keep up. I should not have anything crazy going on tomorrow. Yeah, I don't have anything crazy going on tomorrow, so I should be able to watch this in the background while I'm at work. Alexa, stop.
In Sigfredo Garcia, were you able to do a frequency report for his phone records?
Okay, we've given this officer enough time. I quickly want to get into Wendy just a little bit. I think that was yesterday, so this is today. So here.
Consistent with why she might not have been forwarded that exact pleading when she was forwarded other pleadings.
Correct.
Right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, there she is. There's Wendy.
Cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
There's Wendy. Dang, she was on there for quite some time. Dang, she's on the stand for some time.
Danny chooses.
Had not forgotten about you, sir. You may come up to make your statement.
Who's that? Who's making a statement? Why are they making a statement? Now I'm getting distracted.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
John Lauro on behalf of Wendy Adelson.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, we previously filed a motion to make a brief statement before Ms. Adelson testifies.
Okay.
We'd like to make clear for the record that she is appearing pursuant to.
Okay, so yeah. I don't know. I suppose Wendy has every right to hire an attorney because the testimony right now is pointing fingers at Wendy and the father.
A state subpoena that by law furnishes her with use and derivative use immunity. But for this subpoena, she would assert her Fifth Amendment rights with respect to every question that the state would ask relevant to this matter. We also believe that the use and derivative use immunity covers cross-examination to the extent that it involves responsive and relevant questions as well.
The court has previously ruled concerning this matter that the immunity that is being conferred by the state's subpoena does extend to cross-examination and that she is appearing to answer questions under this immunity. One matter that had come up, Mr. Lauro, after the conclusion of the hearing that we previously had, in making sure that there is a complete record as to your client's indication of her right to not incriminate herself. She was not present during the hearing, therefore the defense could not take a proffer. Once the examination has occurred pursuant to the state subpoena, the defense is wanting to take a proffer. As to that, any questions in which she believes she needs to properly invoke, you may advise her to do so, and I will make a ruling from there whether there is, in fact, any proper basis that is both relevant and would not go to the right of self-incrimination.
Okay.
Ultimately, you may advise your client concerning these matters as it relates to the defendant's proffer out of the presence of the jury. Do you need to be heard in any way concerning this?
No, Your Honor, we'll just need a brief moment to consult, obviously, after we hear the proffer questions.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party need to be heard further before the examination begins pursuant to the state's subpoena?
Yes, sir.
There you are. You may take your seat, Mr. Lauro. You can bring back in the jurors when you're ready.
Everybody in the family. Hold on, let's see Wendy. I mean, she's tall. Maybe she has heels on. Even if she has heels on, she's really tall. What a mess.
Good morning. If you can just take your seat for right now.
What a tangled weave we. No, what a tangled web we weave. Those are the words of Alec Murdaugh. Oh. Oh, Donna. Oh, yeah, your daughter's testifying against you. Oh, yeah, she is. Hmm.
I believe even though the jurors indicated they did not have to go to the bathroom at this point, if we are once again dealing with the needs of 14 people, they
she's
go to the
emotional.
bathroom, so wait for the knock.
Oh, yeah, your daughter's testifying against you. And that's the daughter you're trying to protect. Hmm. Hmm. This is such a mess.
It's fine. I believe that we have a few jurors that do need to use the restroom. If anyone needs to stretch their legs or use the bathroom themselves, please take your opportunity now. Once we start with the testimony, again, the door will remain closed if you exit. Ms. Fulford, reiterate the instruction that I gave to you last Friday concerning any reactions that you may have to either the testimony or the evidence in the case. I understand.
I don't know that she can help herself.
For your child to be offering testimony in your trial. However, you are to control your expressions and your emotions. Do you understand this? Everyone can take their break.
It's tough.
If you need to step down until it's time to testify, you may do so as well.
Dang, that is tough. All right, hold on. We need to get there quickly. We need to. Sheesh.
The testimony you will give today in this trial will be the truth. You may be seated. Please adjust the microphone as you need to.
Wendy, a lawyer? Let's see. Wendy.
Kappelman, you may examine.
Adelson.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, WendiAdelson.
She's a teacher.
Ms. Adelson, where are you
Husband,
from?
dad.
I'm from Coral Springs, Florida.
The husband.
And you live in another state now currently, right?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. How are you employed?
I'm an immigration attorney.
How long have you?
Wait, so she left her job as a teacher? I don't know. They have too much going on, these people.
Been an attorney
since 2006.
And you're here pursuant to a state subpoena, is that correct?
Yes.
And that subpoena confers a type of immunity on you. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Which means that nothing you say here in court pursuant to that subpoena can be used against you at a later time. Do you understand that?
I do.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily mean you could never be prosecuted. It just means that what you say in court could not be used in any future prosecution. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, so Wendy's safe. They're not going after Wendy. She's safe.
I want to ask you about your ex-husband, Daniel Markel. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Mr. Markel?
Yes.
When did you meet him?
We met originally online. It must have been
online
the fall of my first year of law school, so 2003.
Okay. And when did you marry Mr. Markel?
We married in February of 2006.
Were you living in Tallahassee at some point as a married couple?
Yes.
When did you move to Tallahassee?
We moved to Tallahassee my final year of law school, so that would have been in the summer of 2005. And we were here from 2005 till 2006. We spent a year at the University of Miami from 2006 to 2007.
There.
And then came back to Tallahassee from 2007 until 2014.
All right. And during the time that you were living here in Tallahassee, did you live over on Trescott Drive?
For some of the time that we lived here, yes.
And when your first child was born, were you residing at the Trescott Drive residence at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I think I have a photo of that here. Is that the Trescott Drive residence?
Yes.
And how many children did you have with Mr. Markel?
We have 2 children.
What were their ages at the time of their father's death?
It was 10 days before my older son's 5th birthday. So he was 4 turning 5. And our younger son was 3.5. The boys are 14 months apart.
And did there come a time when you and Mr. Markel separated?
Yes.
When was the separation?
It was in the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was mine.
How did your ex take that news?
Well, we talked about it many times before it actually happened, but when the separation became official, he was very upset.
And even though there were problems and issues and discussions, it was a surprise to him when it actually happened, right?
It was.
Okay. And was part of the reason for the separation your differing views on how to raise the kids pursuant to the Jewish faith?
I'd say it was a very small part, but it was a part.
Did you consider your ex to be a religious zealot?
No, I didn't think he was a religious zealot, but I did think he was using religion as a way of controlling me.
Okay. Did you think he was more devout in his faith than you were?
I don't know that. I feel like devoutness has to do with maybe a relationship with God, and I don't know that his was more strong than mine, but he was more observant of kosher rules than I was.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what those imply? For those of us
Sure.
that don't know?
So keeping kosher has to do with separating milk from meat, something like you can't eat a cheeseburger. And it has to do with the ritual way that animals are killed. So certain meats would be considered kosher or non-kosher. And then things like shellfish are not allowed, or pork would not be allowed. And so his beliefs changed over time. We used to have bacon, and then bacon became a no later on.
All right. And that was,
Dang.
those rules were something that he was wanting to impose on the children, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Is that what
You
caused
were
you to
less
separate?
interested in those kosher rules.
it was less important to me.
All right. Were both you and Mr. Markel raised within the Jewish faith?
We were, yes.
When you separated from Mr. Markel, did you move out of the marital home while he was on a business trip?
I did, yes.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I went to another property that I had rented for the boys and me.
Was that at 3303 Aqua Ridge Way?
Yes,
Was that located in Leon County?
yes.
What was the custody arrangement? Broad terms are fine for this time frame during the separation.
I think we were just trying to figure out how to make it work. We didn't have any formal custody arrangement at that time. I remember his parents came to town that weekend, and I made sure that he had the boys that weekend. We were just trying to figure out how to make it work until we had something formal.
Was the arrangement roughly 50-50 or something else?
It would have been roughly 50-50.
Okay. And were you mixing it up during the week, or was it a week on, week off situation?
It wasn't week on, week off. We didn't settle into that until the first summer, or maybe the second summer. I don't remember. That was more of a summer arrangement. But it was 50-50 and definitely a mix during the week.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Your petition. Was your mom, Donna Adelson, involved at all in drafting your divorce documents?
No.
Did she ever make any edits to any of the filings that you made pursuant to your divorce?
I think she made suggestions, but I had an attorney, a very good attorney, helping me through the process. So she wasn't editing legal documents.
Did you ever forward any of your mom's suggestions to your lawyer?
I probably did.
And when you did that, would you attribute them to your mom, or would you just forward them along without noting whether they were your questions or your mom's questions?
I honestly don't remember.
Was this a contentious divorce?
It was.
Sounds like it.
As part of your divorce, did you file a petition to ask the court for permission to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And I think that was your amended petition. Not sure if we can see that very well. Here we go. It says the wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who was the close family that was available in South Florida for the boys?
My mom, my dad, and my brother.
Why did you want to move to South Florida?
I had very unstable employment in Tallahassee. I had a wonderful job, but it was on grant money. So year to year, I never knew if I would still have my job. I had a job offer that was very good in South Florida. And the assumption was that Danny was always going to be at a different school, a better school. He used to joke that he would take one bar exam for every 2 bar exams that I had to take while we moved around the country. And so it seemed like a way of having stability while he was climbing up the law professor ladder to be ultimately at Harvard or Yale.
And was relocation important to you?
It was, in terms of having a safe and stable place for my kids.
Did you consider having to live here in Tallahassee being stuck? Or had you referred to it previously as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I mean, I may have. The idea of being stuck is if you don't have permission to live anywhere you want to live. But I had a nice quality of life here.
Did you consider the worst case scenario to be that you would end up stuck here in Tallahassee if your petition was denied?
I'm looking at these old photos of the
I
family.
mean, at the time, I may have felt that way.
Okay. Might you have sent an email to a friend on March 24th of 2013 indicating, quote, "I do fear that the worst case scenario that could happen is that I will be stuck here in Tallahassee"?
It's possible that I sent that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that item?
I'm happy to.
It's on tab 6 on one of those binders in front of you.
This one? I see it's highlighted. So yes.
Okay, and did you also email a friend around the same time frame regarding life in Tallahassee couldn't compare to the life that you would be able to enjoy in South Florida with your brother Charlie and his boat and pool and hot tub and things like that?
It's certainly possible.
Okay, that's on tab 7. Please refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And in fact, didn't you use the word stuck in your actual motion for relocation? Get there. Here, the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
So my attorney did write that, and that sounds right.
Did Tallahassee feel claustrophobic to you?
Well, at this point in time, Danny was making lots of unplanned announcements to my office where we worked together. So I would see him at work. I never knew when he was showing up. So I'm sure, this is 12 years ago that's how I felt at that time.
Okay. But outside of the context of your relationship with Dan Markell, did you ever express that just the smallness and slowness of Tallahassee made you feel claustrophobic?
I don't remember saying that.
Please refer to tab 8 to refresh your recollection.
I cannot hear what they're saying.
Yes,
I believe
I
the
can.
binder is up on the witness stand.
What?
Capital members of the defense have a copy of the same binder.
No, Your Honor. I'll show them the tab.
Please do.
Benji, I have about 10 minutes and then I need to go. Is that my computer?
That's a dense one. Were you able to find it?
I did. I found it's part of a sentence. Can I read the whole sentence?
Sure.
Tallahassee feels claustrophobic at times, given its smallness and slowness, and the fact that my friends cycle through here with transient regularity. So yes, at that moment in time, that's how I was feeling in 2013.
And relocation was pending at the time that you were feeling that way in that moment, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And relocation was also very important to your mother, wasn't it?
Yes,
All right. And did you have some discussions with your mother about relocation?
I did.
And was that during that time frame when it was pending?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see your mother in the courtroom here today?
yes.
Could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
My mom is right. I can't see her clothes from here, but she's directly across from me.
All right. Is she wearing a headset on her head?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. Your mom didn't want you to be stuck in Tallahassee either, did she?
She did not.
She wanted the best
He's
for you,
choking
right?
up.
She saw the best for me as not being in Tallahassee. Yes.
That's right. She referred to being in Tallahassee that you were a hostage and a prisoner, right?
Yes, she did.
Clickergate continues.
Where's the laptop?
Prisoner. Close enough.
Oh shoot.
Did your mom express concerns that as a Tallahassee native, the judge presiding over your relocation motion would underestimate how much better it would be for you to live in South Florida?
She did.
All right, let me ask you a few questions about your parents. Your mom is Donna Adelson. Who's your dad?
My dad is Harvey Adelson.
And where did your parents, I think you said they were in Coral Springs back in 2012?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right? Okay. How long had they lived in the Coral Springs area?
I was born there. So from I think they started living there when my oldest brother was
1951?
born. So since the early 70s.
So fair to say they had.
I think it said 1971.
Yes.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom had with your kids during the time frame we're talking about? So separation to murder time frame?
It was very close.
Murder.
My mom taught my boys how to read. She taught them how to play chess. It was very close.
Were your parents employed during that time frame?
Yes.
What kind of work did they do?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom was the office manager for the dental practice.
All right. And what about your brother, Charlie? Did he have a role there as well?
He was a periodontist, and so I believe at some point he purchased the practice. I don't remember what year that was, but he would sometimes work from my dad's office and sometimes work from other offices around South Florida.
Was the dental practice, the family dental practice, a successful business?
I believe it was. My family never discussed money or finances with me, but I believe it was doing well.
Did you discuss your marital problems and resulting legal issues with your mom?
I
Talk
did.
about relocation, but in general, you did talk about your woes with your mom.
I did.
Okay. And I think you said you did send many of your divorce pleadings to her. Is that right?
I did.
What about your dad? What was his role in reference to your divorce pleadings?
I don't remember exactly. My parents have a shared email, so when I send an email to one of them, I would send it. It was being sent to both, but I don't know who was reading what or at what time.
Is it fair to say they were both welcome to read whatever you sent to that email address?
Yes.
And both welcome to reply as well?
Yes.
Who would reply more frequently, your mom or your dad? to those
My mom
types?
would reply more frequently.
who took more of an interest in the day-to-day ins and outs of your litigation?
Probably my mom.
Okay. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
Is your mom an emotional person?
Yes.
What about your dad? Is he emotional as well?
I think so.
Okay, did you previously say he was more of a straight shooter and mom was more emotional?
I think so, but I think women tend to be more emotional and men tend to be less emotional.
I don't know about all that, but
I am going to admit state 60JJ at this time. Is there any objection the defense wishes to raise?
Yes, Your Honor. Same objection.
The court admits it over objection for the record and may continue.
And I think that's the same exhibit that's in State
160.
64AA, Judge. It's not necessary to have duplicates, but because of the way the evidence came out in this trial, that is present in State 64 as well.
States 64AA is admitted as far as the final record. If you wish to remove one, you may, but both are admitted for the record.
Thank you, Judge. All right, is it fair to say that your mom, the defendant, is a controlling person?
I don't think my mom is a controlling person.
Did you say at one time back in 2013 that your mom operates with emotional subterfuge?
I may have said that.
Would you like to refresh your memory?
I can.
It's tab 45 in the binder in front of you.
I'm not seeing it. Is it highlighted or is it just in the, it's a long, oh. No.
In the first paragraph on page 3.
That one, we just walk up and show the witness the portion of what you wish for her to read to herself.
All right, let's fast forward up about 5 minutes.
So your mom operates with emotional subterfuge.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's get to some text.
I honestly don't know what I meant to.
Okay.
She has amnesia. Low amnesia.
More questions for your upcoming hearing with your attorney. Did you forward your mom's questions or ask your mom's questions when you met with your attorney?
Probably not all of them, but if there was something that I thought was useful, I probably forwarded it or had a conversation about it.
And here you can see in paragraph 2, your mom referred to Dan Markel as Jibbers as well, right?
It was a silly name. Yeah.
Okay. Come on, don't take the text message away from me. Blah, blah, blah.
Let's go to the order denying your petition to relocate.
No, you can't refile.
Denied with.
Oh, where's that?
Okay.
Find that wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. As such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the, oh no, I think that says minor children.
And this is
Yeah.
language from the order.
Refile.
Alexa, stop.
I think we always want.
Dang, she has serious amnesia.
And on those other opinions.
Parenting schedule. The ring furniture, life insurance. Okay, do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing. Is this from the mom? So screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. I don't know if that's a bad thing, but
I said, I guess, people always want their parents' opinions on things.
And your mother's opinion was that she wanted you to aggravate
He was on the stand for quite some
your
time.
ex-husband, right?
Okay, this is the
Screw
other.
him financially.
I'm gonna fast forward to that. I won't get a chance to watch the rest of this. Alexa, please stop. I won't get the chance to watch the rest of this because I'm about to go. This is the estranged brother. Oh, he looks just like his mom. He looks exactly like his mom.
For everyone in the gallery, again, as you are watching the evidence and testimony, please remain quiet. If you need to speak with each other,
What does this
please silently
Adelson
or
do?
step out in the hallway.
Let's see, Robert Adelson. Is he another dentist? Let's see. Let's see. Rob Adelson. What does he do? Dang, she's the one that's not she, he.
Mr. Adelson remains standing. Everyone else can be seated. Please raise your right hand to be obedient to the microphone as need be. Ms. Dugan, you may examine.
Robert Todd Adelson, Adelson.
Thank you. And what state do you currently live in?
New York.
And how long have you lived in New York?
13 years.
That's another Robert.
Since maybe 2012?
Yes.
All right. What do you do for a living in New York?
I'm an ENT.
Okay, so you're a nose and throat doctor?
Yes.
And how long have you worked as an ENT?
For 20 years.
How do you know the defendant in this case, Donna Adelson?
She's my mother.
And Harvey Adelson, your dad?
Yes.
Wendy and Charlie Adelson are your siblings?
Yes.
Okay.
Never mind. Let's move
and
on.
where did you grow up?
In Coral Springs, Florida.
Is that
Moved to New York to get away from these
Yep.
people.
About how long of a drive?
About an hour north of Miami.
Okay. When y'all were growing up, did you all, the five of you, live in the same house as a family?
Yes.
And who's the oldest child?
I am.
Okay. Who's the middle child?
Charlie.
How many years between you and Charlie?
So Wendy's the baby.
Adelson, describe to you how Wendy Adelson left the marriage.
All right, that's it, folks. I'm done for the night. Benji, thanks for sticking around, but I need to go. This was a long live stream. I've not done one of these in a very, very long time. So I'll be live on Thursday. We're gonna, I want to say 8:30, but let's start around 8. I don't want to be up too late because we don't know what we're gonna get into. So I'll be live on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And Callie reminded me I have not edited nor have I posted the Karen Reed video. I completely forgot about it, if I'm being honest. I should get to it sometime this weekend. I hope, fingers crossed. All right, folks, have a fantastic, what is this, Tuesday, and Wednesday and Thursday, and I'll see you guys on Thursday. Benji, have a good shift, okay?